Okay, this is Terry Wager. The date today is March 20th, 2015. And I thought for today, I'm going to, I'm going to go over some of the written documents that my wife, Joan Wagar, was writing back in 2006, and go over and explain a little bit about what was going on at the time. I am a victim of a murder conspiracy that was started by my wife and by her side of the family and by their buddies and or relatives and or lovers that they had in law enforcement. In 1999, my wife got a job. My wife, Joan Wagar, got a job at the Multnomah County Jail kitchen as a prep cook. And during that time frame that she worked for, and she only worked there for a month and a half. During that time frame that she worked at the Multnomah County Jail kitchen, she was having an affair. I did not look into who she was cheating on me with, but I was aware of it. I didn't. She wasn't hiding the fact during that time frame that she didn't love me anymore. The signs of an affair was there. I didn't have proof that she was cheating at the time when she worked at the county jail kitchen, and I wasn't trying to prove it. I wasn't even interested in proving it at the time. I just, suffice it to say, I knew she was cheating, and I knew she didn't love me anymore. And as far as I was concerned, I was under the belief that the marriage was over. I was under the belief, I loved my wife. I didn't want to lose my wife. We had 3 daughters. I was thinking in terms of trying to save the marriage, in the sense that I was looking the other way on it. And I didn't confront her over it at all. And but I most definitely wasn't confiding in my wife, and was not trusting her, and my guard was up because of this. And I was debating on whether I should leave or if I should try to hang in there to save the marriage and all this kind of stuff. I was in a melancholy depression type of a state where, I knew she was cheating. I knew she didn't love me anymore. And, I was heartbroken. Heartbroken and silent, pretty much. Best way to describe me during the time when my wife was working at the county jail kitchen. Well, the day she quit her job at the county jail kitchen is the day I found out that my wife and everybody on her side of the family were celebrating the fact that the county sheriff just made the decision that they were going to frame me and as a pedophile, and that they were celebrating this fact that day. Essentially, my wife and her side of the family's connections with law enforcement, they were trying to hide it from me the whole time. Like I said, my wife was cheating, and she was trying to hide that. And I had her affair started right after she got the job at the county jail kitchen. So on those grounds alone, I was assuming it was somebody in a law enforcement that she was cheating on me with. Well, the day my wife quit, which was only a month and a half after she got the job there, that is the day that my wife and everybody on her side of the family were celebrating something, and they all showed up on my property to celebrate. They all gathered at my property to be with my wife, and they were all celebrating in my presence. And they weren't, I was waiting for these people to tell me, gee, what are you guys all celebrating? You know, they're not offering to tell me. But they weren't hiding the fact they're celebrating something, but they weren't outright coming out and saying what the hell it is. And I quite literally, puzzled, I asked them specifically, what do you because they all just showed up at my property the day my wife quit. They all showed up at my property, and they're all celebrating and shit, and they weren't hiding it. So I specifically asked them, what are you guys all celebrating? And the looks that everybody on my wife's side of the family gave me was enough all by itself to know that at this point that these people were my enemies. They weren't trying to hide this fact from me, and they were grinning and smirking and were having fun hinting at what they're celebrating. And to make a very long, they gave me so many hints that it's ridiculous. They weren't keeping track of the hints that they gave me, for one thing. Like, for instance, when my wife was giving me hints, her other family members weren't around. And then when her other family members were giving me hints, my wife wasn't around. So they weren't keeping track of the hints that they were giving me. For instance, my wife's sister, Vicky Rosales, would give me one hint, and then after the fact, my wife would give me a hint, not in the presence of her sister, Vicky Rosales. So they were all having fun hinting at it, and they weren't keeping track of the hints they gave. In other words, they gave me a lot more hints than they intended to, and they practically made it known that they're my enemies and that major shit is going on and that this is what they're celebrating and that it's going to fuck me over. And that's the quickest way I can describe it, because that was my immediate impression of everything after getting all these hints. They didn't want to admit outright what was going on, but they were having a lot of fun hinting at it. So they did keep this in mind. This is my wife and her side of the family, my in-laws. Okay, now they were not hiding the fact they're celebrating something big, and they were not hiding the fact they don't want me to know what it was. But they were having fun grinning and smirking about it and hinting at it. And the effect of all their hints boiled down to simply them pretty much making it known that shit's going on and that it's going to fuck me over and that this is what they're celebrating. My wife's mother and her father showed up during this process where they're giving me all these hints, and they basically showed up to join in on this celebration. And my wife's mother, Donna Miner, just outright blurted it out. She just, I was standing right behind her. I think she's just absent-minded and just completely forgot I was standing there. Because they all knew what was going on. Everybody there in that group of people knew what was going on, and they were all hinting at it and implying to it and laughing about it and grinning about it and smirking about it. And they're basically all in celebration mode. And I think Donna Miner, my wife's mother, just simply forgot that I was standing right there behind her. And she just blurted it out that the Multnomah County Sheriffs are going to be taking over the surrounding apartments. My wife's sister, Vicky Rosales, quickly changed the subject and to interrupt Donna Miner in order to get her to stop talking. And that's when Donna Miner turned around and noticed I was standing right behind her when she said that. So they just let the whole thing slip right there. So now at this point, now I'm now aware that my wife and her side of the family are celebrating something big on the day my wife quit her job at the county jail kitchen. And that they're having fun grinning and smirking about it, and they were having fun hinting that it's something big and it's going to fuck me over. And then I discover that the Multnomah County Sheriffs, the people that my wife is connected to, are going to be taking over the surrounding apartments, and that they just, Donna Minor blurted this out, and that the other family members were interrupting her to get her to shut up. Okay, so now at this point, I'm now aware that at this point, my guard is already up. It was up ever since she got a job at the county jail kitchen. Ever since she started showing signs that she didn't love me anymore and that she was cheating. So my guard is already up. Okay, I'm already expecting the worst case scenario type of a situation before this day occurred. So basically, at this point, I'm now aware that my wife's cheating. When she got the job at the county jail kitchen, I had reason to suspect it was with somebody in law enforcement. And in the day my wife quits her job at the county jail kitchen, I find out that everybody on my wife's side of the family were celebrating the county sheriff's decision to frame me as a pedo, and that everybody on my wife's side of the family was celebrating this on my property in front of my face, and they were having fun hinting at it. And then they just blurted out the fact that the Multnomah County Sheriffs are going to be taking over the surrounding apartments. In disgust, in total disgust, I walked away from these people that are on my property, on my yard, walked into my apartment, walked through my threshold, and just as I got through the threshold of my doorway in my apartment that's in my fucking name, my wife and everybody on her side of the family started talking about what's going on, thinking I can't overhear. I'm only like 20 feet away from them. My back is turned towards them, and I'm only like 20 feet away from them, and they think I can't fucking overhear what they're saying. I was overhearing just fine. So this is how I know this is what they were celebrating that day, and that it was the county sheriffs that made, the Multnomah County Sheriffs that made the decision they're going to be framing me as a pedo, and that everybody on my wife's side of the family was on board with it, and that this is what they were celebrating, and this is the reason why my wife quit, was because the county sheriff told her to quit to hide and conceal her connections with authorities. In other words, they're trying to hide their motive. Now, and that they're going to be literally taking over the surrounding apartments. Now, I confirmed this the next day around 9:30 in the morning. I got up out of bed, I started a pot of coffee, and I didn't even wait for the pot of coffee to even get finished. I just started the pot of coffee, and then I went right out the front door and looked over at my next door neighbor's apartment. And there was a 72-hour notice on the next door neighbor's apartment. That wasn't there the evening before. So the county sheriffs, the Multnomah County Sheriffs, executed a 72-hour notice to evict my next door neighbors, and they executed this notice the morning after my wife quit her job at the county jail kitchen. Now, this is enough to know that the Multnomah County Sheriffs, on the very day my wife quit her job, also happens to be the very same day the county sheriffs filled out paperwork to take over the surrounding apartments. In other words, that was my confirmation that everything I overheard my wife and everybody on her side of the family talking about and celebrating, this was my confirmation that what I uncovered these people talking about is taking place. Now, I have enough information at this point to know that it was personal. I had enough information to know that my wife was cheating. There's motive right there. I already suspected it was with somebody in law enforcement because her affair coincided with her getting a job at the Multnomah County Jail kitchen. I had enough information to know that everybody on my wife's side of the family was involved in it. And I was under the belief at this point there was about 2 to 3 people in law enforcement involved. My initial impression of it was everybody on my wife's side of the family was involved in this and was on board with this, and that there was at least 2 to 3 people in law enforcement that were involved, and that these were the people that made the decision that they were going to frame me. And I suspected one of them was the officer that my wife was having an affair with. So that was my initial impression of it. Now, I didn't fear being framed. I didn't fear prosecution. I'm not a bad guy. I'm a good guy. I have a history of saving lives. I've done a lot of good things in my lifetime. I'm used to dealing with emergency situations. I've worked at places where I had to deal with emergency situations. And I was quite literally the go-to person for emergency situations. I'm used to dealing with, in other words, I'm used to dealing with emergency situations. So I wasn't scared or worried. I was disgusted and debating on whether I should just outright leave my wife or just kick her out since the apartment's in my name, not hers. I was debating on whether I should just kick them out or if I should just leave and try to warn people that my wife and her fuck buddies in law enforcement are planning on setting my ass up for shit, or if I should hang in there and prove it. I already had enough information to know how to prove it. I had basically the information I'm giving you is vital information that I acquired the day my wife quit her job at the county jail kitchen, and they all thought I didn't know. So my guard is going up through the roof, literally, and their guard is way the hell down, and I've uncovered practically their entire plan and just misjudged the size of it. I quite literally made the decision I was going to hang in there to prove it, because I figured if they've already made a decision to frame me, then it won't matter if I stay or leave, they'll still frame me. So I was under the belief that I'm going to have to prove it in self-defense. And the only way to prove it would be to give them the impression I don't know what the fuck's going on. Their guards were down. My guard was up. They're setting me up. They had it planned out, and I uncovered it and had enough information to know how to prove it right under their fucking noses. And since I was under the belief that it was just my ass on the line, shit, I didn't give a fuck. I mean, like, I was gung-ho about hanging in there to prove it. I knew anytime any member of my wife's side of the family was with my wife, they're talking about this conspiracy. They're in a very arrogant manner, they talk about it and don't give a rat's ass. If they're just 20 feet away from me and they think I'm not paying attention, then they will fucking talk about it. That's how blatant and obvious it was. That's vital information. That's enough to know I can easily catch my wife talking with any member of her family about this conspiracy to set my ass up, and that it wouldn't be that damn difficult to do. That's called vital information. Not to mention, I knew in advance my wife's fuck buddies in law enforcement were going to be taking over the surrounding apartments, and I know the exact date they filled out the paperwork to do that, the same day my wife quit her job. So guess what? I did not fear prosecution. I had more than enough vital information to know what they're guilty of and to know that they had this planned out while my wife was working at the county jail kitchen, and they're executing their plan the day my wife quit. So I had plenty of information and plenty of vital information. Just having that information alone is enough, but it's like I said, I knew damn well I could easily catch my wife and her side of the family discussing this shit. I was even under the belief that I would be able to catch my wife talking with her fuck buddies in law enforcement as well. Because I knew they're trying to hide it from me. I know when they meet up with one another, they're talking about this. So that's called vital information. I didn't fear prosecution. Well, that's essentially how I became targeted by the Multnomah County Sheriffs and by my wife and by her side of the family. And that started in 1999. A whole lot of shit happened after that. A lot of... it's very difficult to explain because it's over a long period of time, and there's not one event to explain. There's not two events to explain. There's like 50 events that happen in a consecutive order, and there's no way to explain one event without having to explain an event that happened before it or an event that happened after it in order for it to make any sense. Suffice it, so I'm gonna try to summarize as best as I can. My wife and her side of the family became sting ops for the Portland Police and the County Sheriffs here in Portland, Oregon. Basically, they're whore-ass girlfriends for law enforcement. And they decided they were going to set my ass up for some crimes, and they were trying to hide it from me, and I knew they were trying to hide it from me. And my one and only advantage in the entire situation is they all think I don't know what's going on, when in fact I knew what was going on, and I intended on holding on to that advantage. I had the situation well pegged and misjudged the size of it. It turned out to be something that was much, much, much larger than what I initially thought it was. I found out that they were targeting other people, not just me. And they were quite literally committing felony crimes. They were committing break-ins. They illegally bugged my home. They illegally bugged other people's homes. They were targeting multiple people at the same time, and they're literally using sting-off tactics to target people. Essentially, law enforcement and their civilian buddies and their civilian relatives and their civilian girlfriends and any other people that they recruit into their good old boy network type of law enforcement system that we have in this fascist country. They quite literally gang up on and surround anybody and everybody that they're targeting. And they use sting tactics to do it. And they were murdering people. They were poisoning people. They were battering people. They were blackmailing people. In my situation, at least in 1999, they went after my parents. They battered my mother. They poisoned my parents. They covered up my mother's 911 call. They murdered my father after my father warned me what they did to him. And then from that point forward, I was being blackmailed and remained silent. Not because I feared prosecution of anything. I remained silent because I'm being blackmailed, and I feared for my daughter's safety. I had 3 daughters, and I had every reason to fear for their safety. It was a very bad situation. Essentially, I had the whole thing pegged right off the bat and just misjudged the sheer size of it. I thought it was a few bad apples in law enforcement, and it turns out it's everybody in law enforcement, because everybody in law enforcement does this shit to people, and that they all lie for one another. They all cover for one another, and the civilian people that they recruit into these type of operations, they're permitted to do whatever the fuck they want. They're just like cops. They can do whatever the fuck they want, and they're completely immune to prosecution. They will not recognize or take complaints on a cop or a county sheriff officer, and they will not take a complaint on their civilian operatives. They're quite literally using sting tactics to gang up on and to surround their targets. Literally, they'll literally take over all the surrounding apartments surrounding their target, and they'll fill those apartments with a combination of plainclothes law officers and their civilian buddies and their civilian relatives and their civilian girlfriends. It's sort of like being ganged up on. It's very similar to being ganged up on by the KKK. They're all organized. They all lie for one another. They all target people. They single people out, and then they gang up on that person and surround that person so that they can control the surrounding area around their target. And they do this for the purpose of staging and committing crimes near where their target lives, with the intent of giving their target the blame. The only way to describe it would be is to compare it to a sting operation, because what is a sting operation? What is public knowledge of sting ops? People are aware of prostitution stings. People are aware of drug bust stings. Those are the two most common sting operations people are aware of. Now, take what you know about those type of sting operations and what's going on. Well, in a prostitution sting, law enforcement will take over an entire motel and then fill that entire motel with their police officers in plain clothing, and with their female police officers that dress up like prostitutes. And they put on street theater performances for the purpose of framing and entrapping anybody that they talk to, whether they talk to somebody on the street or whether they talk to somebody in a motel lobby. It doesn't matter. They're performing for video surveillance. Law enforcement quite literally takes over. In a prostitution sting, they'll take over the entire motel with the knowledge and consent of a motel manager. They take over the entire hotel, and they fill that entire hotel or motel with their police operatives and their civilian operatives. And many times, and keep this in mind, everybody's aware that police does this in prostitution stings, but they're unaware of the details. Well, the details are the police department fills those motels up, not just with undercover police, but with their civilian operatives. In other words, their civilian buddies, their civilian relatives, their civilian girlfriends. And they use them as their to back up their complaints. So essentially, law enforcement will in a sting, law enforcement will take over a specific area out of sheer numbers. Literally, out of sheer numbers, they take over an area, and then for their operations, and then they start staging and or committing crimes, or both. And they dress up. And they'll act like criminals. They'll dress up like criminals. They'll act like criminals. They'll stage crimes. They'll commit crimes. And they do it for the sole purpose of framing and entrapping whoever is near them. Now, everybody's familiar with a prostitution sting. Everybody's heard of a prostitution sting. Everybody's heard of a drug busting. Well, a drug busting is virtually identical to a prostitution sting, only instead of law enforcement taking over a hotel or a motel, they take over an entire apartment building. Authorities will go into a particular neighborhood in a drug busting, and they'll quite literally take over an entire apartment building for their operations. And they'll fill that apartment building with a combination of their plainclothes law officers and with their civilian buddies and their civilian relatives, their civilian girlfriends, people that are not in law enforcement, but are, but they're the people that will lie for law enforcement. And then what they do is they just have an undercover cop dress up like a drug dealer, and then he'll perform out on the streets, and he'll pretend to be a drug dealer for the purpose of framing and entrapping anybody he talks with. Now, in each of those stings, in each of those type of stings that people are already publicly aware of, law enforcement takes over the surrounding area to control it. And they fill the area with their operatives. And their operatives is a combination of their plainclothes officers and their buddies, their civilian buddies, and their civilian relatives, and their civilian girlfriends. And it's the plainclothes officers that stage and commit the crimes, and law enforcement uses their civilian buddies and their civilian relatives and their civilian girlfriends to back up the complaints on their targets and to give blame to their targets. Now, that is a sting operation. People are already familiar with those type of stings. Well, there are all kinds of sting operations, and there's many kinds of sting operations that law enforcement does not publicly admit to, and there are many types of sting operations that the news media does not publicly admit to. They want your news media and your law enforcement want people to naively believe that sting operation is nothing more than law enforcement taking over an area and then setting up a net and just waiting for some moron to step into their trap. That's the impression they want people to have. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because law enforcement does, in fact, target specific people in sting operations, but they're using the same tactics. Now, if in my situation, I live in an apartment building because my wife was having an affair with somebody in law enforcement, and they made a decision they wanted to set me up as a pedo. They already had my wife on board with it, so they had my wife to lie for them, and my wife in turn recruited her daughters into it. So they, in effect, they had my wife and daughters to lie for them. So all they concerned themselves with was making me look like a bad guy. I'm not a bad guy. They know I'm not a bad guy. But they knew they could easily make me look like a bad guy. And that's what they concentrated on. Now, in my situation, I live in an apartment building. I am being specifically targeted by a sting. And it's personal on their part, because they recruited my wife and her side of the family. And my wife, in turn, recruited her daughters into it. So it's very personal. So when they target me in this sting, what they did was they did the same thing they do in any sting. They took over the surrounding area. They took over all the apartments surrounding mine. And they filled those apartments with with a combination of their plainclothes officers and their civilian buddies, their civilian relatives, their civilian girlfriends. In other words, with a shit ton of people that will lie for them. And once they had control of the area surrounding my apartment by sheer numbers, they started staging street theater performances, just like they do in any other sting. Now, since they were setting me up as a pedophile, the Multnomah County dumbass sheriffs and the Portland Pedophile Police Department decided, well, they're going to bring in their civilian girlfriends that have children. So they were trying to surround me with their civilian girlfriends that had brats. And they were the plainclothes officers that had the surrounding apartments immediately surrounding mine, which the departments that law enforcement, where the plainclothes officers are usually directly right next door to my apartment. They're the muscle, they're the ones with the guns, so they want to be the absolute closest to my apartment. But the surrounding apartments surrounding my apartment and their apartment, they fill with their female girlfriends that have brats. And they were directing those, and they were paying literally those female civilian girlfriends of theirs that had children. They were paying them to coach and direct their children into performing for their illegal street theater performances. In other words, if a female cop dresses up like a prostitute and then acts like a prostitute, well, they're acting like they're a criminal. Now, if a male cop dresses up like a drug dealer and pretends he's selling drugs on the street, well, then he's dressed up and acting like a criminal. Now, what they surrounded me with is not people that were acting like criminals. They surrounded me with people that were essentially females that have children that are connected to law enforcement, and they're trying to hide it. In other words, their girlfriends or their civilian buddies that have brats, or their civilian relatives that have brats. These were the people that they were surrounding me with. And these sting operatives were coaching and directing these children to put on street theater performances that is very similar to what they do in any other sting. They were trying to make me look like a bad guy. So they were coaching and directing these children to make false accusations and to put on false pretenses for their own video surveillance purposes. And they were using an officer as a photo double. So they had, they literally had a male cop dressing up like me. And the dude dyed his hair blonde so that he could impersonate me. The cop is actually a brunette, but he dyed his goddamn hair blonde so he could impersonate me. He happens to be the cop that was having an affair with my wife. And he was dressing up like me. He changed his appearance so that he could more resemble me. And they were having fun staging and or committing crimes or a combination thereof near and around my apartment. And he was impersonating me. And they were the police and the county sheriff's civilian sting operatives that they brought in were deliberately performing for street theater performances, and were pretending that the person was me, and were pretending that the person was flashing them or some damn thing or another. God knows, I'm not. It's not like I'm keeping track, or it's not like I even try to keep track of what they're doing. But suffice it to say, it's very reminiscent of sting operation, because they repeat it over and over again. It's like take 2, take 3, take 4, take 5, take 6. They'll repeat the same performance over and over and over again, and they're doing it for video surveillance purposes. So they come across as a bunch of performers, and this is how they build evidence or fabricate. This is how they make and build fabricated evidence against their targets. And you'd be surprised how many people that are connected to law enforcement that does this to people. Most people are completely unaware of apartment stings. Even though people have heard of drug bust stings, people don't think of it in terms of apartment building stings, which is kind of odd considering almost all drug bust stings, law enforcement takes over the entire apartment building. So you would think people would hear of it or would be aware of it, but news media goes out of their way to not associate stings with apartment buildings, because they try to hide it. They don't want people to know. So these were the tactics that they were using to try to set me up, and they were using a cop as a double. And the dude dyed his hair blonde so that he could impersonate me. He's a close look-alike. He's not an exact twin, but he's a damn close look-alike. If he dresses up like me and you see him from a distance, you would swear to God that the person looks just like me. But at closer range, you could tell that he's not an exact look-alike. He just has. There's a lot of close resemblances. From a distance, he can easily act as a double, but up close, no, he can't. But these were the tactics that they were using, and they were doing this for the purpose of photogenic photo purposes, where they were taking side shots and they were taking back shots of the double while he impersonated me. And they were literally paying their girlfriends with brats to literally pose with this double so that they can make me look like a bad guy. Now, that sounds very cheesy. That sounds very cheap, and you would think that news media would be all over that, like stink on shit. But what people don't understand is that law enforcement and the government in general is just absolutely beyond corrupt. I mean, they're so far beyond corrupt that the corruption is so thick that there's no way that a person can get help from this kind of a thing. News media can give a rat's ass if law enforcement is corrupt, or if law enforcement is committing a crime, or if law enforcement is framing people. They don't give a damn. News media is nothing more than the government's propaganda arm, and they use news media to basically pull the wool over everybody, so that people are just unaware of how bad things really are. I had no idea. I'm one of those people that, grew up being a loyal, patriotic American. I didn't grow up distrusting my government or thinking that they were corrupt. I always thought, this was a free country. I grew up under the propaganda belief that this was a free country, and that we have justice in this country, and that people have rights and due process and so on and so forth. I grew up under that belief. So I was quite shocked to discover that law enforcement is the only way to compare them would be to compare them to the KKK, because they're the only organization that I'm aware of that come close to what law enforcement is. They don't give a damn if they get caught committing a crime. They don't recognize complaints on police officers or their civilian operatives. They're very organized. They enjoy terrorizing and taunting and tormenting their victims. They don't give a damn if their victims try to warn people. They don't care. They have so much control over the American people that they control everybody's perceptions of events. So because of that, they don't fear they don't fear the fact that a citizen here or a citizen there uncovers how corrupt and how evil and how organized they are in their crimes. They just don't give a damn. I was quite shocked to discover how bad and how corrupt this government is. I always deemed myself to be a loyal American. Free country and all. And, I never realized the government was this bad. And I didn't realize that they targeted people like this for sport. And for them, it is sport. They treat it like it's a damn sport. Almost all sting operations are treated by law enforcement and by their civilian operatives like it's a sport. And they don't give a shit if anybody knows. They want their targets to know that they're being targeted, because they want their targets to try to find help. It's like, I don't know how to explain it. They enjoy the hunt. They enjoy the chasing of their target. They want their targets to get scared and flee from them, so that they can use that as an excuse to make something up about the target, and then they'll launch a manhunt, and then they just kill their target. They don't give a damn. They literally don't care. In 2006, I'm skipping a lot of stuff here because I have no way. I'm going to address these documents here, which are documents that my wife wrote and her lover wrote in 2005 and 2006. I'm going to bring up this first one right now. This here is my wife, Joan Wagar's lover's love letter that he wrote. My wife, Joan Wagar, and her lover, Officer Eric Carlson, were openly having an affair in January of 2005, and I discovered in January of 2005 that the Multnomah County Sheriff's and the Portland Police Department was using my wife, lover, Officer Eric Carlson, as a double. And I was already aware that he's a look-alike. I uncovered the fact in January of 2005 that Officer Eric Carlson was a brunette. He's in law enforcement. He's connected with either the county sheriff or the Portland police. I didn't know which at the time, but I knew it was one or the other. And I knew he was a close look-alike, and I knew he was the person that they're going to be using as a double. By March 2005, my wife was openly cheating on me, wasn't trying to hide it, she was deliberately placing evidence of her affair in my apartment for me to find. So she was deliberately and intentionally she wasn't admitting to her affair verbally, but she was admitting to her affair by deliberately and intentionally leaving evidence of her affair for me to find. She had Officer Eric Carlson's phone number in her cell phone in March of 2005. She was referring to him by the nickname Double Click in her contact list on her cell phone. She was deliberately and intentionally buying perfumes and lipsticks, something that she never did before. She was deliberately leaving her cum-stained, soiled underwear in the bathroom for me to find. She didn't care if I knew. Okay, so by March of 2005, my wife was openly cheating and wasn't trying to hide it. She wanted me to know. And it was law enforcement that was telling her to leave these signs there because she was sleeping with a cop. And they're telling her to do this. They're telling her, don't admit to anything. Just leave signs of what's going on. They love to make things known without verbally admitting. So my wife was intentionally making it known she's cheating and that she didn't love me, and she wanted me to know. By April 2005, I discovered that Officer Eric Carlson of the Portland Police Department, and at the time I didn't know if he was a Portland cop or if he was a county sheriff officer. I knew he's one or the other, but I didn't know which. So I just thought of him as officer and didn't give any preference as to referring to him as a cop or as a county sheriff officer because I didn't know which he was, but I knew he was one or the other. I found out for a fact in 2007 that yes, he's a Portland cop. But I didn't know which at the time. But in April of 2005, my wife was openly referring to Officer Eric Carlson by the nickname Double Click, not just in her cell phone contact list, but verbally to her daughters. She was verbally referring to Officer Eric Carlson by that nickname Double Click. And she was referring to him as her best friend, and she emphasized that as a way of hinting to her daughters that he's much more than just a best friend. And I discovered the fact that this was open knowledge at Eastport Walmart, that my wife was cheating on me with this cop, and that he was a look-alike, and that they were the ones, it was everybody at Eastport Walmart that coined the nickname, and it was my wife and Officer Eric Carlson that adopted and were using those nicknames. So by April 17th, I think it was April 17th, that's when I found out that it was open knowledge at Eastport Walmart. I went down there with the intent of confronting my wife and her daughters. I knew they were meeting up with Officer Eric Carlson at Eastport Walmart. I knew he was in law enforcement. I knew my wife was cheating on me with him. And I knew he was a lookalike. I already knew all of that when I went down there to confront them. And when I got down there, I find out the one thing I didn't know, that this was open knowledge at Eastport Walmart. All the employees there knew about it. It was open knowledge in that store, and that everybody in that store was trying to hide it from me. They were helping my wife and Officer Eric Carlson to hide this fact from me. Now, when I made this discovery, that pretty much took the wind out of my sails. I didn't confront them like I intended to. I was intending on having a big confrontation, because it was just too large, too many people. I found myself entering that store quite literally surrounded by people that knew my wife was cheating on me with a cop, and knew the dude dyed his hair so he could act as a double, and that this is the reason why the Eastport Walmart employees coined that nickname for him, and that my wife was hooking her daughters up with this cop in the presence of all of these employees in the store. They weren't trying to hide it from anybody. Everybody there at that store knew about it. And when I caught my wife and her daughter hooking up with Officer Eric Carlson, they were amongst a group of over a dozen Walmart employees that were having a meeting near the cashiers. There was a manager having a meeting with around a dozen or so Walmart employees, and Officer Eric Carlson was in this group, and he's not working or anything. He's not there. He's not working. He was just in this group waiting for my wife and for her daughter to arrive. And he was unaware that I came along. So when he saw my wife, he stepped away from this group, walked right up to my wife. He got there's literally about 3 to 5 feet away from this group of Walmart employees. And he was openly and loudly discussing their affair, and was doing this right in front of this large group of Walmart employees. Now, they were trying to hide it from me, and I'm discovering at this moment that this is why my wife and her daughters were regularly going down to Eastport Walmart. My wife worked there, but she was going down there and bringing her daughters down there almost every other day when she's not working. And so this is the reason why. And I was trying to uncover I was going to have a big confrontation. I knew she was cheating on me with a cop. I knew she was hooking our daughters up with this dude, and I knew he was a lookalike. And I find out in April that he dyed his fucking hair so that he could more closely resemble me, and that this is open knowledge at Eastport Walmart, and that this is why they were referring to him by that nickname. 4 days after the fact, I took 4 days to think about it and try to decide what options do I have. What should I do? Should I try to warn people? Because this is way larger than what I initially thought it was. Way larger. I mean, they weren't even hiding this from anybody at Eastport Walmart. It was open knowledge, for Christ's sake. I decided to try to warn people, fearing for people's safety. And that didn't get me any help at all. And that's when my wife poisoned me. Because I was trying to warn people about it, that's when they poisoned me. She poisoned me with antifreeze. I was so badly poisoned by Joni that I couldn't walk, I couldn't talk, I couldn't do anything. And I found myself in a situation where I'm so badly debilitated that I couldn't do anything. And I was surrounded by my wife and her daughters, and they were just grinning and smirking, and they just pretend nothing's wrong, and they're ignoring the fact that I'm poisoned. They're ignoring the fact that I can't walk or talk, and they just continued doing what they were doing. And meeting up with these cops regularly, and palling around and sleeping around with these cops and shit. And they just didn't give a shit if I knew. 2 weeks after my wife first poisoned me, that's when my wife bragged to her daughters that she now has a new nickname that her co-workers at Eastport Walmart gave her. And she told her daughters that her new nickname is Mrs. Dash. And she was doing this in a way where she's trying to make it known to her daughters that she poisoned me. And that was her way of making it known to her daughters that she has the support of everybody at Eastport Walmart to lie for her. This is what she was hinting at to her daughters. And her daughters, in turn, hinted back that they approve and will lie for her. And they did this by claiming that they approve of that nickname, and they verbally said that to my wife. So this was their way of hinting back that they're on her side. Now, this love letter here was not written in 2005, even though my wife and her lover, Officer Eric Carlson, they were using these nicknames in April and May of 2005. This letter was not, I don't believe, was written in 2005. It was written by either Officer Eric Carlson or by Officer John Ray of the Portland Police Department. I don't know which. I don't know which one wrote it. I caught Officer John Ray planning this letter in my apartment in, I don't remember what month it was. It was either December of 2005 or early January of 2006. I don't remember. I was so badly poisoned at the time, I couldn't keep track of, I wasn't keeping track of time very well. I was lucky if I could make it to the bathroom back then. I was so badly poisoned. I was bleeding internally severely. I was constantly suffering from blood loss. I was not able to function very well. I was, like I said, I was lucky to get out of bed just to go to the bathroom. That's how badly poisoned they had me. I couldn't really talk. I couldn't really do anything. But I witnessed Officer John Ray planning this letter in my apartment. I know I can testify to the fact that it was either December of 2005 or January of 2006 that Officer John Ray planted this letter in my apartment. I literally witnessed him putting this letter amongst my wife's clothing. He was pretending to be a maintenance man. He gained entry into my apartment by pretending to be a maintenance man. He had 3 other men with him. All 3 of them, the 3 men that was with Officer John Ray, were all Mexicans. And so literally 4 dudes came into my apartment pretending to be maintenance men, which was just bunk, because I knew damn well he was a cop. I quite literally caught Officer John Ray stuffing this damn letter into my wife's clothing. And he was trying to hide it from me. He didn't want me to notice it. But I noticed it. Now, they already knew that I knew my wife was cheating. They already knew that I knew that Officer Eric Carlson was a lookalike. They already knew I uncovered these nicknames of theirs in April and May of 2005. They already knew that. And this was their way of, I think, of just toying with me. In other words, Officer Eric Carlson's buddy, Officer John Ray, decided they wanted to have some fun with me. So they started planning evidence in my apartment. And I think they planted this for the sole purpose of trying to get me to fight with my wife over it so that they could record it for their video surveillance purposes. That's my suspicion. Now, I don't know for a fact if Officer Eric Carlson wrote this or if it was Officer John Ray. My wife, when I confronted my wife over this love letter, my wife grudgingly admitted it's her love letter. And she didn't want to admit to the nicknames, which is kind of ironic because she's admitting it's her love letter. So by admitting it's her love letter, she's admitting to the nicknames. And she admitted it's Officer Eric Carlson's love letter. That's what she told me verbally. Whether Officer Eric Carlson wrote this or whether Officer John Ray wrote it, I don't know. It doesn't really matter to me. I do know for a fact that Officer Eric Carlson and my wife Joan Wagar were using those nicknames in April and May of 2005, and that it was my wife's co-workers at Eastport Walmart that coined the nicknames. They weren't really hiding the nicknames from me. Like I said, my wife was using Officer Eric Carlson's nickname DoubleClick in her cell phone in March and April of 2005. And my wife verbally admitted in my presence to my daughters that everybody at Eastport Walmart started calling her Mrs. Dash 2 weeks after she poisoned me and had me severely debilitated. So, because of this, I'm aware of the nicknames, I'm aware of what they stand for, I'm aware of what they represent. Now, keep in mind, I was surrounded at this time by a sting operation. In other words, my wife and her daughters fuck buddies in law enforcement. I was quite literally surrounded. My wife and her daughters are civilian sting operatives for the Portland Police and County Sheriffs because they're sleeping around with these cops. So I was quite literally surrounded by a sting operation. And they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. And that this was open knowledge in April of 2005 at Eastport Walmart. And everybody there was trying to hide that fact from me. When I uncovered this fact and tried to warn people about it, that's when my wife poisoned me. Now, I cannot say for a certainty as to who wrote this love letter. I can say for a certainty who put this letter into my apartment because it was Officer John Ray that put it in my apartment. I witnessed the man doing it. I can testify to that. And I can testify that when I confronted my wife over this love letter, that she verbally admitted to my face, and I recorded that confrontation on an audio recorder. She verbally admitted that's her love letter. She didn't want to admit to the nicknames, but she admitted it's her love letter. And she admitted to me that it was Officer Eric Carlson that wrote it. Now, my wife is a notorious liar, so to take her at her word for anything is not a wise decision. Now, I cannot say for a certainty who wrote it. I can say it's not in my wife's handwriting. This is not my wife's handwriting at all. But I can testify to the fact that my wife admitted this is Officer Eric Carlson's love letter that he wrote to her. And she verbally admitted that this is her love letter. And I can testify to the fact that it was Officer John Ray, who happens to be one of Officer Eric Carlson's partners, that planted this letter in my home. It was either sometime in December of 2005, or it was early January of 2006. I don't remember which. I was very ill, in a lot of pain. Think of the worst flu you've ever had. Think of the very worst flu you've ever had. Now, quadruple that by 5 or 10. And now ask yourself, and then imagine that feeling never going away, where it doesn't get better. Now, feeling like that, are you going to keep track of the time or what day it is? Are you even going to care? No, you're not. So that's why I can't be certain as to it was either December of 2005 or early January of 2006 when Officer John Ray planted this letter in my home, and then I confronted my wife over it. Now, they were doing a lot of sting operatives. My wife and her daughters were actively sleeping around with these cops, and my wife and her daughters and these cops were having a lot of fun trolling me, basically anything and everything they could to screw me over. And my wife was having fun playing mind games. And in March of 2006, my wife started writing a diary. This occurred. Keep in mind, I have to explain what happened in January and February of 2006. After I found and confronted that over that love letter, about when I found that love letter Officer John Ray planted in my home and confronted my wife over that love letter, I arranged for my wife to take a lie detector test, and she took the lie detector test in mid to late January of 2006. And that lie detector test cost me like $300 something. I don't remember how much. And she aced that lie detector test. Now, I wasn't. They told the person that gave my wife the lie detector test told me that he cannot question my wife in regards to criminal matters, and all she'll do is question my wife over her affair. And my wife admitted to her affair with Officer Eric Carlson, but she was lying about him being a Walmart employee. She was trying to pass him off as a Walmart employee. She already had everybody at Eastport Walmart to lie for her. So they didn't really care if I knew or suspected. And the lie detector, the person that gave my wife the lie detector test, deliberately and intentionally just aced my wife. Because I already knew the guy was in law enforcement, and I knew he was a lookalike, and I knew they were trying to hide it from me. They didn't think I knew that he was a lookalike. That was the one thing they thought I didn't know. So every time my wife described Officer Eric Carlson, she gave a completely false description of him. Excuse me. My wife lied about Officer Eric Carlson's hair color. My wife lied about Officer Eric Carlson's height. My wife lied about Officer Eric Carlson's weight. she was given completely false description of Officer Eric Carlson, and yet the lie detector test person aced her. So she basically, law enforcement used their influence. Apparently, people that give lie detector tests happen to be buddies to people in law enforcement and will lie for law enforcement because they intentionally aced my wife. So she passed that test with flying colors because it was a bogus test. I had to wait in the lobby when they were giving my wife the lie detector test, and I could hear the lie detector test person cracking jokes with my wife. And right before they started taking the test, the lady that was giving my wife the lie detector test was cracking jokes with my wife, and they were laughing together. They're acting like they're lifetime buddies, literally. And the lie detector test lady assured her that everything is going to be okay. And that was before they started asking the questions. And then during the questions, they would crack jokes. And the lie detector test lady permitted my wife to answer questions, not by a yes or a no, but by just verbally giving an answer. And they would laugh and crack jokes while doing this shit. So I knew it was a bogus fucking lie detector test. It was so bogus, it was ridiculous. When the lie detector test person was done, they asked me to go into the office, and she looked me in the face and was pretending to be all official, which is just bullshit. And she told me that my wife passed the test, and she's trying to act all official-like, which was just ridiculous. Because I just got done hearing this lady with my wife just constantly cracking jokes with one another. I knew damn well that that it was a bogus lie detector test because they just deliberately and intentionally aced her. It was not a legit test by any measure of the word. My wife was so happy that she passed the test, she called up Officer Eric Carlson's best friend on her cell phone to tell Officer Eric Carlson's best friend that she passed the test. That's how blatantly obvious it was that it was a bogus test. So they didn't care if I knew or suspected. The police department, the county sheriff, just used their power of influence for her to ace that test. In February, I went twice in February. In late January, once in very late January. It was pretty much after that lie detector test. I went to the hospital, told them my wife poisoned me, and I was literally left to sit for 5+ hours in that lobby. The hospital, at the emergency hospital, the hospital wouldn't help me. They refused to take me in to see a doctor. They just literally left me in the lobby for 5 hours. And after sitting there for 5 hours in that lobby, I overheard the nurses. They spoke to a police officer. That is, the police department have a mini police station that is right across from the check-in at the emergency hospital counter. So I overheard the nurses that were at the counter there. One of the nurses went to that mini police station that's right across from their counter, and they were talking to the police. Like I said, I've been sitting there for about 5 hours. And after this nurse spoke to those police officers, that nurse went to the other nurse that's at the counter, and I could hear them referring to me. They were talking about me, and they were saying, "What about him?" And at this time, I'm the only person that's sitting in the lobby at the emergency hospital. And the nurse that was speaking with the cop was grinning and smirking, and she's saying, "Oh, he's fine. Don't worry about him. He's fine." And then, that was their way of making it known they're not going to help me. Now, I went back to the OHSU hospital about 2 to 3 weeks later because my wife poisoned me again. And once again, I was refused service. I get into the lobby, and then I can't get beyond that. I go into I go to the counter. I tell them, yes, my wife poisoned me. I need to see a doctor. And they tell me to sit in the lobby. And then that's it. No more contact after that. They just pretend I'm not there from that point forward. So this is how they were covering up the poisonings. Now that's what occurred. And after that second visit to the hospital, this is when my wife started writing in her diary. And she started this in March. Early March of 2006. Now, this diary of hers coincides with me going to the hospital and reporting to the hospital that my wife poisoned me. And so the initial beginning first 2 to 3 pages is essentially summing up the reasons why she started writing this. And keep in mind, she already has me severely debilitated. She's having an affair with Portland cops. Her fuck buddies in law enforcement had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. She had her daughters to lie for her. She had everybody at Eastport Walmart to lie for her about her affair, and to lie about how they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. And she didn't fear prosecution at all. She wasn't worried about prosecution. She didn't fear prosecution. She had me debilitated. The Portland police already demonstrated how they covered up the poisonings, and how they're denying me emergency services in order to cover up the poisonings. And so essentially, my wife was at this point is toying with me and playing mind games, and she started writing this diary with the intent of playing further mind games with me. Now, keep in mind, I was bleeding internally, suffering from constant blood loss, weak from blood loss, severely debilitated from being poisoned by this bitch. They just repeatedly denied me emergency services at the hospital. My wife is very aware and cognizant of the fact that I can't get help by going to the hospital. I cannot get help by calling 911. I cannot and I'm severely debilitated from being poisoned by her. So she started, this is what started her writing this diary. Now, she is doing a lot of lying in this diary. She's doing a lot of implying in this diary. And she's even making admissions. She'll say one thing one particular day, and then the next day she says the complete opposite. So this was her way of toying with me and taunting me and throwing it in my face that I had no way to get help. She knew if I called 911 and I hand that diary to the police, she knew her fuck buddies in law enforcement would just get rid of it. So she didn't give a shit. This was her way of toying with me. She didn't care if I knew. Now, I'm going to assume that this page has already been read. I'm going to go to the next page. And anytime, if anybody's watching this video and is trying to read this, if I go to a particular page, just pause the video long enough so that you can read the contents of the page. Because I'm going to try to go through this much quicker. This is my wife is essentially in this diary. I'm going to try to get to the summary of what this diary is about. She is essentially toying with me. She's repeatedly poisoned me. She has me severely debilitated. I'm pretty much bedridden during this time frame. I'm bleeding internally, And I was repeatedly denied emergency services at the hospital because of the police department's influence with the hospital. My wife is fully aware I have no way to get help by calling 911 or by going to the hospital. And this was her way of essentially toying with me and taunting me. And she's pretty much, in essence, she's admitting to her affair with Officer Eric Carlson every time she makes reference to her lover, Officer Eric Carlson, in his diary. She immediately starts talking about the Portland police. As a matter of fact, every time she mentions Officer Eric Carlson, she immediately starts talking about the police. Every time in his diary. And she is essentially admitting she's denying throughout most of her diary that she's a poisoner. But then she gets to points where she claims that she's honest in that lie detector test and stuff like that, but then on like the next page she'll claim that she lied during that time frame. In his diary she claims that she told the truth in her lie detector test, but then at the same time she admitted in her diary that she lied 2 months ago. Now keep in mind, she wrote this in diary and stopped writing in this diary. She started writing it and stopped writing it all in the month of March 2006. She started writing this diary because in February I was trying to get help. I went to the hospital repeatedly. I was repeatedly telling people that my wife is a poisoner, and I was trying to get help at the hospital. So this is my wife's reaction, literally, to me reporting the fact that she is a poisoner and trying to find help. Now, in this diary, I'm going to go to the next page. In this diary, she is pretending to be a loving wife. It's very obvious that she's not. She pretends that she told the truth in her lie detector test, which was in January of 2006. And then she admits in her diary, which she wrote in March of 2006, that she lied 2 months ago. So in one part of the diary, she claims she's telling the truth in her lie detector test. In another part of her diary, she's admitting she lied in her lie detector test. And she's admitting that I'm accusing her of being a poisoner. And she's admitting I can't get help from the police. She's admitting that the hospital refuses to take a toxicology test. She admitted I was trying to come up with money in order to get a toxicology test taken because I already knew she fucking poisoned me and knew what her motive was. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. Keep in mind, if I go to a new page and you want to read what's on the page, then just pause the video long enough for you to read her diary. She's admitting that she wants life insurance money. She's admitting, she's naming off antifreeze and pills as poison. She's admitting I cannot get help from police or from the hospital. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. She's admitting that Eastport Walmart employees are involved in this. She is naming off some of her co-workers at Eastport Walmart. She's admitting that her boss at Eastport Walmart lied to me. There's a lot of things that she's admitting to. Now, keep in mind, she's doing a lot of lying in this diary. She's trying to give the impression that she's innocent, and she's trying to give the impression that she loves me, which is just complete bullshit. And keep in mind, during this time frame, During the month of March of 2006, at no time was my wife acting in my presence as though she loved me. She was acting like a fucking sting operative who's guilty of murder, and she was more worried about writing this diary than she was about me suspecting anything. She was writing this diary to give other people false impressions. In other words, she wasn't hiding the fact from me that she didn't love me at all. This bullshit pretense of her claiming and pretending to love me and all this shit in this diary is just crap, because she wasn't even hiding the fact from me anyway that she doesn't love me. This is just a pretense she's putting on for other people that read her diary. Keep in mind, she has me bedridden in the month of March 2006. I went to the emergency hospital at the OHSU twice in February 2006, and each time I couldn't get past the lobby because of the police department's influence with the hospital. And the police department has a mini station at the OHSU emergency hospital. And it was those officers that prevented me from getting any help at the hospital. Their direct influence. And my wife is admitting and acknowledging in this diary that it's because of the police I can't get help. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. Now, keep in mind, this diary is admissible evidence in a criminal court of law. My wife wrote this. I witnessed my wife writing this. She was writing this diary in my presence. At a certain point in her diary, she's admitting that I'm aware that she's writing her diary, and she makes the statement in her diary that she is giving me permission to read it, and she's admitting she wants me to read her diary, and therefore she gave me legal permission and legal access to read her diary. So I am not breaking the law. She verbally gave me permission to read her diary, and she even acknowledged in her diary in writing that I can read her diary. Well, when I get to the end of this diary, you will see that my wife is admitting she is in fact a poisoner, and I confiscated her diary because of it. I took legal confiscation of it. She gave me legal access to it. That means I have just as much legal access to it as she does. And because she's admitting to felony crimes in it, I took legal possession of it. I already knew she was having an affair with a cop. I knew that because of her affair with a cop, I knew that the police department's influence with the lie detector test person and with the people at the emergency hospital that I went to is because of their influence. I was unable to get any help. So I legally confiscated her diary because she gave me legal permission to have it and to read it. In essence, she legally surrendered it to me, and I have legally taken control of it and have legal possession of her diary. I don't need a damn stinking lousy crooked attorney to tell me the goddamn law. I know the law very well. She verbally looked me in the face, gave me permission to read it, and she even admits in writing she gave me permission to read it. So that means I have just as much legal right to hold on to her diary and to control her diary as she did. And she essentially surrendered it to me when she gave me permission to read it. And she's admitting in her diary she did just that. Now I'm going to go to the next page. Keep in mind, this is completely admissible in a court of law. I witnessed her writing this diary in the month of March of 2006. I was bleeding internally. I was reporting the fact that she's a poisoner. I was finding her goddamn poisons that she had hidden in the apartment. I knew my wife and her daughters were sleeping around with these cops, and that it was these cops' influence with the system that was causing it, for me anyway, to be impossible to get help. Every time I reported it, that she's a poisoner, they covered it up. The police department covered it up. I reported it twice in the month of February 2006 that at the OHSU hospital, that my wife, Joan Wagar, is a poisoner. She's not really hiding her motive. You know, she's having an affair, and it was my discovery of the fact that the person she was cheating with, it was my discovery that this dude was a look-alike, and that everybody at Eastport Walmart knew about it, and that they were all trying to hide this fact from me. It was that discovery that caused my wife to start poisoning me, and they had me so badly debilitated. I couldn't talk. I couldn't walk. Any attempt on my part to find help was... It was just impossible. Going to the hospital and telling them flat out my wife poisoned me did not get help. I couldn't get past the lobby. I literally could not get past the lobby at the emergency hospital because the police department has their mini station right across from the OHSU emergency hospital's counter, and it was them that were telling the nurses to just leave me sit. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. Now, my wife is acknowledging the fact in this diary that we are plasma donors. I was a regular plasma donor. My wife was a semi-regular plasma donor. And she's making reference to that as well in her diary, near the end of her diary. So she's making a lot of admissions and confessions in this diary. Now, there's a lot of contradictions in her diary where one day she'll say one thing, and then the very next day she'll contradict what she says. So keep that in mind. And keep in mind, this is admissible in a criminal court of law. Keep in mind, I'm a witness to her writing this diary. She was writing this diary in my presence. I can testify to that. I was bleeding internally, and I just reported at the OHSU hospital twice she's a poisoner, and that this is the reason, that is what caused my wife to start writing this diary. So the fact that she is a poisoner is already reported to the Portland police and to the OHSU hospital, and this is what prompted my wife to start writing this diary. And she started writing it in early March, and she finished writing this diary in mid to late March. So this entire diary is basically what she was writing was written only in the months of March of 2006. And this is basically what prompted her to do this, was me going to the emergency hospital twice and reporting that my wife, Joan Wagar, is a poisoner. So this is very much admissible evidence in a criminal court of law. Okay, I just went to the next page. Keep in mind, every time I go to a new page, you can pause the video long enough for you to read her diary. Keep in mind that I was a plasma donor when my wife started poisoning me. I was a regular plasma donor. I donated twice a week, every week. I was a regular plasma donor. My wife, Joan Wagar, was a semi-regular plasma donor, where she might donate once every other week. So she didn't donate plasma as often as I did, but she was a plasma donor, a semi-regular plasma donor as well. Now keep that in mind, because Mrs. Dash, the whore that's having sexual affairs with Portland cops and with county sheriff officers, she's making a lot of mention to poisonings in this diary, and the reason why is because I've already reported the fact she is a poisoner. So in a way, she's trying to rebuttal my complaints, and that's important to remember. And the reason why that's important to remember is because of the fact that after the fact, the Portland police and the OHSU hospital is pretending nothing's reported. So the Portland police and the OHSU hospital in February covered up the fact that I reported Joan Wagar as a poisoner. And this is Joan Wagar's rebuttal to my accusations. She's making mention of the fact I've already reported it at the hospital. She's admitting in her diary that I can't get help from the police and that I can't get a toxicology test taken at the hospital. She's making reference in her diary that I was trying to save up money for a toxicology test because I didn't believe that bullshit lie detector test. I knew she lied in that lie detector test. I knew it was because of the police department and the county sheriff's influence with the person that gave the test. That's the reason she aced that lie detector test. And it was very obvious and blatant to me at the time that it was not a legit lie detector test. They just deliberately aced her. And they didn't give a shit if I overheard them laughing and cracking jokes and whatnot. So they didn't care if I knew. But it's important to keep in mind that the whole point of her starting to write this diary is in effect her rebuttal to my complaints that I made in February of 2006 that I've already reported to the Portland police and to the OHSU hospital. And my wife is flaunting her affair in this diary, and she's flaunting the fact in this diary I cannot get help from police. She's flaunting the fact that I cannot get a toxicology test taken at the hospital. And every time she makes mention of the police, she usually references Officer Eric Carlson. If she references the police, she immediately references Officer Eric Carlson. If she references Officer Eric Carlson, then she immediately references the police. So every time she makes reference of Officer Eric Carlson in this diary, she immediately starts talking about the police. Now keep in mind, she was trying to hide the fact that he is a Portland police officer. She was trying to hide the fact that he was a brunette and that he was dyeing his hair blonde so that he could impersonate me. She was trying to pass him off as a redhead, and she was trying to pass him off as a short dude, which is just bullshit. He's about my height. He's about my size. He's not an exact look-alike, but he closely resembles me. He could easily pass as a double if he dyed his hair blonde, and if he dressed like me, and if you saw him from a distance, then he would look a hell of a lot just like me. Up close, you could tell that no, he's not a twin. He's not me. There's differences. So basically, he was acting as a double, in essence, and they were using him as such. Same way Hollywood uses doubles to double their actors in movies. Hollywood, the police department was using Officer Eric Carlson to act as a double so that they could frame me for crimes. And my wife and her daughters were assisting them in this endeavor of theirs. And it was all done under the pretense of a sting operation. Now, my wife has me, at the time she wrote this diary, she has me severely debilitated. I'm, for the most part, bedridden, in a constant state of bleeding out, unable to really go anywhere. I mean, it almost killed me in February just to go to the hospital. because I can't really walk, I can't really talk. It was so difficult. I was so badly impaired from being poisoned by Joni that I couldn't really do anything. I was aware that, I knew she's guilty. I'm suffering. I have all the symptoms of being poisoned. I found where she was hiding her poisons that she was using. And I knew she was lying in her diary. And I'm simply, while she was writing this diary, I'm quite literally bedridden, practically on my deathbed. And I'm aware of her affair with these cops and aware that these cops gave her permission to do this to me and didn't know who to turn to for help. Calling for help didn't get help. Asking any member of my family to get me help did not get help. They had me so badly debilitated I couldn't leave. I couldn't really go anywhere. I was quite literally at their mercy in a sense because I couldn't take care of myself. I couldn't feed myself. They weren't feeding me. They basically left me to starve. I had no way to make food for myself, and they weren't actually taking care of me. So I was literally on my deathbed and was bleeding out, unable to talk, unable to really walk, and in so much crippling pain that I'd be lucky just to make it to the bathroom. And I couldn't even make food for myself, and I was quite literally starving to death. This is what was happening to me while, and these are the circumstances that I was under while my wife was writing this diary. I'm going to go to the next page. And keep in mind, every time I go to a page, you can pause the video long enough to read the diary, and then you can unpause it and continue listening. I'm not explaining page per page what's on here. I'm not going to bother, because to do so would mean I have to pause this video and read it myself, and I'm not going to bother going to the trouble. I've already have read this diary of hers, and I know damn well that she's a poisoner and that she was having an affair with people in law enforcement. I know her daughters, at the time she was writing this, was sleeping around with Officer Eric Carlson's partners. So, as a matter of fact, my wife's daughter, Megan Wagar, was pregnant at the time Joan Wagar wrote this diary by Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David. So my wife and her daughters were sleeping around with these cops. In essence, my wife and her daughters' fuck buddies in law enforcement took over the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. They were using sting-op tactics to frame me for crimes. They were using Officer Eric Carlson as a photo double. And they were staging and committing crimes. And they already had my wife and her daughters to lie for them. So all they were worried about was making me look like a bad guy. When I discovered that this was what was going on, I tried to warn people about it. And that's when my wife poisoned me. And then everybody on my wife's side of the family, including our daughters, just pretended nothing's wrong, and they continued to vilify me behind my back, and they continued their sting tactics of staging and committing crimes using a double to set me up while I am debilitated from being poisoned by them. So keep in mind, at the time my wife wrote this diary, I am surrounded by the Portland Police Department, essentially by my wife and her daughters' fuck buddies in law enforcement. They had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. They had the apartment directly below mine at the time that my wife wrote this diary, and they had the apartment directly across from mine. So they had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. They had literally full control of the entire area around my apartment. Now, I didn't know it at the time, but they ran around we lived at Arbor Glen Apartments on 145th, near Division, Southeast Division Street. It's on 145th here in Southeast Portland, and that's where we were living at the time. And they quite literally had all the surrounding apartments surrounding mine, and for all intents and purposes, it's a sting operation, but it's a sting operation where they all are the ones committing the crimes with the intent of framing. And this is why they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. And since they had my wife and her daughters to lie for them, they had no intention of having a trial. They just wanted to make me look like a bad guy, and then they were going to murder me off. That was their intent. They didn't want to have a trial. They just wanted to fabricate. They wanted to fabricate staged crimes, and where they're using Officer Eric Carlson as a double, and they're using their own video surveillance, and they use their own photogenic photos as a way of setting me up to get the blame for the shit that they were guilty of. Now, I'm unaware of all the crimes that these people were committing, but I was aware of the fact that I'm being framed and that I was surrounded by a sting operation, and that these sting operatives were in fact sleeping with my wife and her daughters, and that they gave my wife permission to poison me when I tried to warn people about it. So they quite literally have me debilitated, and I'm literally surrounded by people that were involved in it. And it's very hard to explain to people that are unaware of sting operations, because if you have no understanding or concept of sting ops, then it's very difficult to explain in a way that makes sense to people. Law enforcement is corrupt. And the moment you recognize and realize the fact that they're corrupt, that means they don't fear prosecution at all. Police do not fear prosecution, and neither do their civilian operatives. And they will surround their targets using sting tactics for the purpose of staging and committing crimes with the full intent of giving their targets the blame. And since they had my wife and her daughters on board with their sting operation, all they were worried and concerned about was just making me look like a bad guy. Because if they can make me look bad, well, then they can make themselves look justified. And that's what they were focusing on. And this is why they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double, so that they could make me look like a bad guy. They already had my wife and daughters to lie for them, so they just wanted to make me look bad, and then they were going to kill me off. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. Remember, you can pause the video anytime in order to read my wife's diary. In essence, she's not really hiding her guilt. You can tell that she's playing a lot of mindfuck games in this diary. Keep in mind that she has me debilitated. I'm bedridden during the time that she wrote this diary. I've already reported twice at the OHSU hospital that my wife poisoned me. And because of the Portland Police Department's influence with that hospital, they just completely denied me any form of emergency help. And I couldn't even get past the lobby because of it. And they covered it up. Literally, they covered it up. So my wife, while writing this diary, she's essentially toying with me. She is making mention deliberately and intentionally that she wants me to read this diary. So keep that in mind. She was writing this diary all along with the intent for me to read it, because she's admitting to this in this diary. So she wanted me to discover she was writing this diary in March of 2006. She was deliberately and intentionally writing in the diary in front of me, so she didn't care if I knew she was writing this diary. And she knows that I'm aware of the fact that she started writing this diary right after the second time I went to the OHSU hospital in late February of 2006. This is her, basically, this is her response and her rebuttal to my actions of reporting the fact that she is a poisoner. And that's important to remember, because the Portland Police and OHSU, after the fact, are pretending nothing is reported. Well, this is admissible evidence to the fact that, yes, it is reported. I already reported it. This is why Joni is writing a rebuttal, essentially. This diary is, in fact, in essence, her rebuttal to my complaints on her. And and keep in mind, she doesn't fear prosecution. For the most part, this diary was, her intent was all along was for me to read this diary. And she wanted to play mindfuck games with me. She was, each and every day after she wrote in the diary, she was wanting me to read it each and every evening. And she was thinking that I was, but when in fact I wasn't, because of the simple fact that I was so bad. She had me so badly poisoned. For the most part, I was just bedridden and didn't give a rat's ass about reading what was in her diary. Which is one of the reasons I was so badly poisoned. I knew they're guilty. I knew she's a poisoner. I knew she's having an affair with a cop. I knew they were using a double. Hell, I didn't give a fuck about, her damn diary. I was in so much pain from being poisoned by her. I didn't give a damn about reading her diary at the time. So when she gets to the point in this diary where she is giving me permission to read her diary, and she's making mention of it in the diary, this is when she deliberately just approached me while I'm bedridden and verbally told me that if I want to, I can read her diary. So keep that in mind. She was writing this diary with full intent of having me read it. She wanted me to read this diary. She was deliberately playing mindfuck games. She's constantly pretending to love me and all this bullshit, which is that's just bullshit. Because for one thing, she's lying in the diary to the extent that she wants me to think that Officer Eric Carlson is her co-worker at Eastport Walmart, when in fact he's not. He's a Portland police officer. So she is trying to hide the fact that Officer Eric Carlson's a cop. She's trying to hide the fact that her fuck buddies in law enforcement have the surrounding apartments surrounding mine at the time. And her daughters are trying to hide the fact that her daughters were sleeping around with Officer Eric Carlson's partners. So she's not really trying to be believable to me. In fact, I can't read her diary without calling her a lying bitch, because at the time, she wasn't pretending to be a loving wife at all. At all. They weren't really trying to hide their guilt from me. They didn't care if I knew. As a matter of fact, they enjoyed the fact that they enjoyed the fact that I go to the hospital and I tell the hospital that my wife poisoned me, and the police department just takes 20 seconds of their time to tell the nurses at the emergency counter there to just ignore me and to leave me sick. And that's all it took for them to cover it up. So they don't care if I know. I mean, that's how easy it was for the Portland Police Department to deny me emergency services and to cover up the crimes of a serial killer. That's literally how easy it is for the Portland Police Department to cover their civilian operatives, aka their whore-ass girlfriends. That's how easy it is for them to cover these type of people's butts for prosecution. And that's literally how they covered it up. I'm going to go to the next page. Yeah, my wife was playing a lot of mind games. So keep that in mind. Her pretense of loving me and all this kind of shit is just bullshit on her part, because she's toying with me at this point and not really trying to be believable. She doesn't care if I know. Like I said, she completely lied in that lie detector test that I paid for in January of 2005. I had already witnessed Officer John Ray planning that love letter in our home. And he was pretending to be a maintenance man, and that's how he gained access to my home. And I literally witnessed Officer John Ray with his arm stuffed into the box that had my wife's clean clothing in it. And he was stuffing that love letter amongst her clean clothing. And my wife grudgingly admitted when I confronted her over that love letter that it's Officer Eric Carlson's love letter. So I'm very cognizant of the fact that they don't give a shit if I know. Excuse me, they poisoned me. If somebody hits you over the head with a hammer, does that mean, do you need a doctor to tell you that, or do you just automatically fucking know? You automatically fucking know. If somebody punches you in the face, do you need a doctor to tell you you were punched in the face, or do you just automatically know you're punched in the face? You automatically know you're punched in the face. Well, the bitch fucking poisoned me. I was suffering the fucking symptoms of being poisoned. It felt like being poisoned. I couldn't, Jesus Christ, I had trouble breathing. She poisoned me so badly. I mean, oh my God. I was bleeding internally because she poisoned me. So it caused internal damage. And I had the symptoms of being poisoned. And the bitch is naming off the fucking poisons, for God's sakes. She's not hiding it. She's naming off the fucking shit she's using. She's admitting to her affair, which is her motive. And it's how she got permission. And it's why I couldn't get help from police. And it's why I couldn't get help from the hospital. Because she's having an affair with a cop. So the whole purpose of her diary is quite literally her rebuttal to me reporting the fact that she's a poisoner. And she's having fun playing mind games with me. Because she wasn't hiding my guilt. My God, I'm bedridden. I'm bleeding out internally. She wasn't hiding the fact that she was cheating. She didn't care if I knew she was cheating. I knew she was still cheating. I knew her fuck buddies in law enforcement had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. They quite literally gave my wife permission to poison me. And the reason they gave her permission is because I uncovered the fact they're using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. So now that they have me poisoned and debilitated, and they covered it up at the hospital, they've quite literally completely cut me off from any way of getting help. And they have me so debilitated I can't leave the apartment. I can't find help. There was nobody I could call that would help. And my wife's fuck buddies in law enforcement had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. So this is in essence my wife just playing mind games and toying with me, essentially. I'm going to go to the next page. Keep in mind that this diary that Joan Wagar written in March of 2006 is admissible in a criminal court of law. At the time that Joan Wagar wrote this diary, there were 3 plasma donors living under her roof, and there was 1 pregnant lady living under her roof at the time Joan Wagar wrote this diary. Joan Wagar's daughter, Megan Wagar, was pregnant by Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David, at the time Joan Wagar is writing this diary. Joan Wagar is a plasma donor. I was a plasma donor. Well, guess what? After Joan Wagar wrote this diary, she wrote this diary in March of 2006. She started it and ended it in March of 2006. By April 2006, Megan Wagar's boyfriend, David, who happens to be partners with Officer Eric Carlson, he started to donate plasma. So they quite literally surrounded I'm literally surrounded by sting operatives that are poisoners, and they all started donating plasma because they were trying to set me up to get the blame. They were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. They were, up until this point, March of 2006, they were trying to frame me as a pedophile. By the time they get to this point in March of 2006, they decided they're going to try to frame me for Joan Wagar's crimes. In other words, they wanted to set me up as a poisoner. So after my wife wrote this diary, this is when Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David, started donating plasma. And after Joan Wagar wrote this diary, this is when my wife and her daughter, Megan, invited Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David, to literally move in with us. Now, keep in mind, I'm bedridden. So while I'm in a bedridden state, my wife's lover's partner moved into the apartment. And as soon as he moved into the apartment, he immediately began starting to donate plasma. And that was April of 2006. Now I'm going to go to the next page. There, I'm on the next page now. So keep that in mind. They already had my wife and her daughters to lie for them. They already had permission by the Portland Police and the County Sheriff to use Officer Eric Carlson as a double to set me up as a pedo. Well, after they have me bedridden, and they covered up the fact at the hospital twice in February that I reported the fact that Joan Wagar is a poisoner, they decided they're going to try to set me up for Joan Wagar's crimes. Keep in mind, I'm still in a bedridden and debilitated condition. So my wife's lover, Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David, moved in. And as soon as he moved in, that's when he decided he's going to start donating plasma. He knew I was accusing Joan Wagar of being a poisoner. His response to it was, he's going to start donating plasma. So I'm quite literally surrounded by sting operatives that were staging and committing intentional crimes, and they were doing so with the intent of framing me. Because keep in mind, the entire time they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. So they could easily use Officer Eric Carlson to impersonate me, to make me look like a bad guy. So their focus became, at this point, literally from March 2006 forward, they were no longer just trying to set me up as a pedo. From that point forward, they were trying to set me up to get the blame for what Joan Wagar is guilty of. And so they had Officer Eric Carlson's partner move in with my wife and her daughter while I'm in a debilitated condition. And he immediately started donating plasma. And that started in early April 2006. They're not hiding their guilt at all. It was around this time in March. It was around March or April of 2006 that my wife, Joan Wagar, while I'm still bedridden and debilitated, she admitted to me that her brother, Don Minor, died. Dawn, now I don't know if that's true or not, but she admitted her brother died. Now keep in mind, I'm bedridden. I'm practically on my deathbed at this point. And I've repeatedly called out for help. I've repeatedly tried to get help, and each and every attempt to get help, the police department just uses their influence to cover it up. They directly interfere with me getting any help. I cannot report anything that my wife does without a Portland police officer interfering. I can't go to the hospital and tell the hospital that my wife poisoned me without a Portland cop interfering and directly interfering, and I end up not getting help because of it. So they are definitely and greatly so are using their influence to prevent me from getting help. They have me in a debilitated condition, and they're using their influence to deny me any form of help. Now, I'm already surrounded by sting operatives, and they, at the time, in March of 2006, and after my wife, I'm going to go to the next page right now. After my wife admitted at the end of this diary that she is a poisoner, that is when my wife and her daughter Megan Wagar invited Officer Eric Carlson's partner David to move in with us. And as soon as he moved in, he started donating plasma. So keep that in mind. While my wife is having an affair with a Portland cop, of which is open knowledge at this point by Eastport Walmart employees, my wife poisoned me when I found out they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. They have me in a debilitated condition, and after the Portland Police Department used their influence to cover up the fact that I'm reporting the fact that Joan Wagar is a goddamn fucking poisoner, my wife spent about 2 to 3 weeks writing this diary as a rebuttal. And at the end of this diary, she's literally admitting she's a poisoner. And when she wrote the last page on this diary, I called 911 because my wife verbally admitted to my face that she's a poisoner. So I called 911. Not really thinking I would be able to get help. I was already aware that the Portland Police Department, I knew my wife was cheating on me. I knew that the police department gave her ass permission. I knew the police department was using their influence at the hospital to cover it up. So I wasn't really expecting to get help, and I didn't get help. But I called 911 anyway because she verbally admitted to my face. The same day she verbally admitted is the same day She wrote the last page in this diary, and she's admitting on the last page that she's admitting she's a poisoner. Now, when I called 911, my wife started pretending to be hysterical. She was putting on a street theater performance and pretending to be hysterical. She wasn't hysterical at all when she admitted she was a poisoner. She didn't start acting hysterical until I started speaking to the 911 operator. The moment I started speaking to the 911 operator on the phone, that's when my wife started acting hysterical. And she was pretending to be suicidal. She was pretending she was going to jump off the balcony. We were on the second floor at Arbor Glen. We lived on the second floor in one of the apartments at Arbor Glen's Apartments, which is on 145th near Southeast Division Street. And so I tried to calm her down. In my debilitated condition, I tried to calm her down. And I basically talked her down. She tried to push me down the stairs. She literally charged out of the apartment. She got to the balcony railing, and she was pretending she was going to jump off. Now, keep in mind, I'm on the phone with 911 operator. So I stepped out of the apartment and tried to talk calmly to my wife and tell her to get down from there, and because she was climbing up on the railing to go over the balcony. And she started attacking me, and I tried to back away from her, and I was going down the stairs, backing away from her, and she was slamming her whole body into me, trying to knock me down the stairs. Now, I'm holding on to the railing with one hand. I'm holding on to the cell phone with the 911 operator with the other hand. And I'm, as best as I can muster, I'm telling my wife to please stop hitting me. She was literally slamming her entire body weight into me. And if it weren't for the fact that I was holding on to the railing, she would have knocked me down the stairs. Keep in mind, I'm bleeding internally. I've already reported the fact repeatedly at the OHSU hospital that Joan Wagar is a poisoner. Joan Wagar just verbally admitted to me at this point that she is a poisoner. Therefore, I called 911. Now, I managed to calm my wife down enough to where she stopped hitting me. And I just started talking calmly to her, trying to buy the 911 first responders time to get there. And, I was offering her everything I had to get her to stop hitting me. I said, do you want my coat? I'll give you my coat. Do you want my cigarettes? I'll give you my cigarettes. Do you want my lighter? I'll give you my lighter. The whole time I'm talking on the phone with the 911 operator, and the 911 operator is bearing witness to the fact that I'm talking her down from her acting hysterical. And she calmed down, and I was taking my time, taking my coat off, and taking my time getting my cigarettes out. I never gave her a cigarette. I never gave her a lighter. I offered to give her a cigarette and a lighter. I offered to give her my coat too, and I took forever just to give her my coat. The whole time I'm talking calmly to her. I'm just trying to buy time for the first responders to get there. And this calmed her down. Now, when the Portland Police Department arrived, I told the operator on the cell phone that the Portland Police Department's here. I'm literally at the top of the stairs, and my wife was at the top of the stairs. And here, I'm going to go to the next page now. Okay, I was at the top of the stairs. My wife was at the top of the stairs. And by this point, I already gave her my coat. I draped my coat over her to keep her warm. And keep in mind, I'm in a severely debilitated condition. And when the police got there, they arrived at the bottom of the stairs, and me and my wife were at the top of the stairs. And they could clearly see that I'm the one on the phone with the 911 operators. And I said to the operator that the police just arrived, and I thanked the operator for their help. And then I hung up. Now, the moment I hung up with the 911 operator, that's when these two Portland police officers that were at the bottom of the stairs were looking at each other, and then looking at me, and then looking at each other again. And their hands were in a position where it looked like they were getting ready. They were considering pulling out their holsters and shooting me. That was the immediate impression I was getting from these cops. They gave me the immediate impression that they're not there to help. They're there to make up an excuse to shoot my ass. I stood up because I had my wife sitting down, and I was sitting down, and I was talking calmly to her, waiting for first responders to arrive. Now, when I hung up with the 911 operator, that's when I noticed that the Portland Police Department wasn't coming up the stairs to help, and they weren't interested in my 911 call. They're not interested in my complaint. They're looking at each other, and then looking at me, and then looking at each other, and then looking at me, and their hands were in a position where it looked like they were tempted to open their holsters and pull out their guns. So I tried to get to a standing position, and I'm holding a cigarette in one hand, and I'm holding my cell phone that I was talking with the 911 operator. Can't say that word. Operator in the other hand. And these two cops just witnessed me hang up with the 911 operator. Now, I have my hands in the air as I'm rising, because I'm immediately reading the situation as, gee, these cops are just gun-happy fucking assholes, and they're not here to help at all. And I was under the impression at this point that, gee, this was a bad idea to call 911, because I already know my wife's having an affair with a cop. So I was not expecting help, and sure enough, they didn't show up to help. They started slowly coming up the stairs. They were treating me like a criminal. They were completely ignoring my wife and looking straight at me as though I was some kind of a fucking criminal. And they were saying, telling me that I had to drop my cigarette. Which is a fucking very unusual statement for that cop under the circumstance, because he was giving me the impression that he's performing for video surveillance, and he was saying, drop it, like that. In other words, they're trying to frame me as a person that's holding some kind of a weapon at this point. That's what they were literally pretending at that point. Now, I refused to drop that cigarette because of the fact that that would be littering. That would be breaking the law. I'm not going to break the fucking law in the presence of a fucking cop. I already know they'll use any technicality they can dream up to justify arresting people. I already know they're corrupt. Come on, I know they have the apartment surrounding mine. So I knew at this point they're performing for video surveillance. And this is why they were saying, drop it. And they said it repeatedly. And all I had in my hand was my cell phone in one hand. And they witnessed me hang up with the 911 operator. And I had a cigarette in my other hand. Keep in mind, my wife was battering me, and I was offering her everything I have in my possession to get her to calm down. And it calmed her down. And then her fuck buddies in law enforcement show up, and they are immediately pretending the cigarette that was in my hand is a weapon, and they were pretending at this point it's a weapon, and were ordering me to drop it. They were treating me like a fucking criminal. These fucking pedophile cops were sleeping around with my wife and her daughters. They were using a fucking Portland cop as a double to frame me as a fucking pedophile. I find out about it, I try to warn people about it, and then they fucking poison me. And then when my wife fucking looks me in the fucking face and verbally admits she's a poisoner, I call 911. I'm doing the right fucking thing the whole damn time. And when I call 911, the fucking 911 operator sends my wife's fuck buddies in law enforcement to my apartment. And what do? They immediately ignore my 911 call. They ignore the content of my complaint and ignore the fact I'm the one reporting the emergency, and they show up at my apartment and immediately put on a bullshit pretense for their own video surveillance purposes, and they're pretending that a cigarette in my hand is some sort of a fucking weapon. And they were using that pretense because they wanted to use that pretense as a justification for just shooting me. And that's what they were trying to cause to happen. Now, I backed away from these goddamn fucking pedophile cops, keeping my hands visible. They were treating me like a fucking criminal, and they were treating Joni like she's some sort of a fucking victim of something. They were literally putting on this pretense. Now, I went down the fucking stairs, and by the time I got down the stairs, that's when the fire department and the paramedics showed up. The two Portland police officers were on the second floor balcony with my wife. I stepped down the stairs to get out of their way and to get out of the way of the first responders. And I basically waited at the bottom of the stairs about 10 feet away from the bottom of the stairs. And the fire department and the paramedics went up the stairs. So they were all up the stairs with my wife. And then one of the paramedics, who was unaware I'm being a target of a sting operative, he was treating me like a normal person. He's acknowledging my 911 call and the content of my 911 call. And his first question to me was, is my wife on any medication? So he was recognizing my complaint and the fact that I reported the fact that she's a poisoner. And I told the paramedic that no, she's not on any medication. And the police officers that were at the top of the stairs on the balcony there, they noticed this. So they were aware that some of the paramedics and or firefighters were unaware of the fact that the police have it out for me. So the police intentionally made it known to the firefighters and the paramedics that they have it out for me. And they did this when the paramedics and the firefighters escorted my wife down the stairs, and they took her, not me, they took her to an ambulance to take her to the hospital. It was the two Portland cops that came down the stairs last. My wife handed me my coat and thanked me for me giving her my coat because it was cold that evening. And the paramedics and the firefighters escorted my wife to the ambulance. And the two Portland police officers that responded initially to my 911 call, they came down the stairs last. And when they came down the stairs, one of the police officers, the one that was ordering me to drop that cigarette and was pretending that cigarette was some kind of a weapon, and he was treating it that way, he charged up to me because I still had the cigarette in my hand. He charged up to me and was yelling, saying, "I ordered you to put that cigarette down!" And he put his hand back like he was going to throw a punch. And he got within, about 6 to 8 inches from my face. He literally put his face to my face, about 6 to 8 inches from my face. And he had his hand cocked back like he was going to throw a punch. And he did this in front of the paramedics and the firefighters. So this was their way of making it known to the firefighters and to the paramedics to not help me, to not take my complaint. And this was a further performance for the Portland Police Department's video surveillance, because they had that whole area under their video surveillance. So this officer was performing for video surveillance, and he was expecting, based on the way he charged up at me and based on his mannerisms when he did this, he was trying to give me the impression that he's going to throw a punch. Now, I am so disgusted at this point. Keep in mind, I'm still debilitated. I'm still in a lot of fucking pain. And I'm seeing these motherfuckers treating my wife like she's some sort of a victim at this point. And they're treating me like some sort of a criminal. And the bitch just admitted to me she's a poisoner. And this cop is charging up at me over a fucking cigarette and acting like he's going to fucking throw a punch at me. I mean, I was so disgusted. I didn't even raise. He was expecting me to raise my hands or arms to block, because his mannerisms, his body language was indicating he was charging at me with the intent of throwing a punch. Now, because I'm so disgusted at this point, I didn't even try to raise my arms at all. I just stood there stoic and disgusted and just didn't even flinch. I didn't even flinch. He got right in my face, and I didn't flinch. I knew damn well he was performing for Portland Police Department's illegal video surveillance purposes. They're trying to make me look like a bad guy at this point for their fucking video surveillance. And they did this also to make it known to the firefighters and to the paramedics to not help me. The firefighters and the paramedics witnessed this officer do this. Now, he got right in my face. He cocked his arm back like he's getting ready to throw a punch. And then when he got right in my face, it's like his eyes are darting from my one arm to my other arm, because he was expecting me to put my arms up in self-defense. He was counting on it. And when he got face to face with me, I could see from his eyes that he was doing this with the full intent of wanting me to put my arms up in self-defense to block. And they would have used that as their justification to batter me and to possibly charge me with an assault. So he was literally attacking and assaulting with the intent of trying to get me to put my arms up for their own video surveillance purposes, because he knew they had me under video surveillance. Keep in mind, I'm surrounded by my wife's fuck buddies in law enforcement, and I already knew that. So I know damn well they had me under illegal video surveillance. I'm going to go to the next page. Keep in mind that this diary that Joan Wagar wrote. She started writing it early March. This is her rebuttal to me going to the OHSU hospital twice in February of 2006 and reporting the fact that my wife poisoned me. This is her rebuttal to me reporting it. And she's flaunting the fact in her diary that I cannot get help from police and I can't get a toxicology test taken when I go to the hospital. And she's making reference in the diary to a lie detector test that I paid for that she aced, and yes, she aced that lie detector test. But she was lying in that lie detector test because the police department used their power of influence to ace so that she could ace that test. In other words, the person that gave the lie detector test, she's somebody that's connected to law enforcement. In other words, they lie for law enforcement. Come on, my wife was having a fucking affair with a cop. I mean, everybody in the police department knew my wife was cheating on me with cops. They knew my wife's daughters were sleeping around with this cop's partners. Okay? They gave my wife permission to poison me, and they're using their power of influence to cover it up. Well, people that give lie detector tests tend to be people that are connected to law enforcement, whether they have a badge or whether they don't have a badge. They're still either in law enforcement or they're buddies to people in law enforcement. One or the other. So because of this, she aced the lie detector test. And I knew she was lying in her lie detector test. And she's making reference to her lie detector test that she took. And she's pretending in her diary that she told the truth in her lie detector test. And then, like, on the very next day, she's admitting in her diary that she lied on that lie detector test, because she's wrote this diary in March of 2006. Her lie detector test took place in January of 2006. In other words, 2 months ago. From the time she wrote this diary, this is 2 months after she took the lie detector test. Now, she's in one portion of this diary, she's admitting, she's claiming that she told the truth in her lie detector test. But then on like the very next day, she's admitting she lied 2 months ago. Well, what happened 2 months from the time she wrote this diary? Well, she took that lie detector test. So she's doing a lot of contradicting in her diary, where she'll claim one thing one particular day, and then the next day she's claiming the exact opposite. So she's not really keeping track of her lies. Her lies is basically a house of cards, and her house of cards is literally collapsing during her writing this diary, because she's not really keeping track of the lies that she's telling. Every time she tells a lie, she just forgets it, and then the next day she'll tell something else that completely contradicts what she says the day before. She's not really trying to be believable. She's not sincere and genuine and honest. She's essentially toying with me because they've already covered it up. I reported twice at the OHSU in February of 2006 that my wife's a poisoner, and twice the Portland Police Department used their influence at the OHSU hospital to cover it up. My wife is flaunting this fact in her own diary, and she's admitting that I can't get a toxicology test taken because of it. She doesn't really care if I know, because any attempt on my part to call for help is covered up by the police department. They will not take a complaint. The day she wrote the last page on this diary, she literally looked me in the face and admitted she's a poisoner. And I called 911 because of it. And she deliberately and intentionally started performing street theater performances. She started pretending to be hysterical so that she could make me look bad for their video surveillance. And she was performing for video surveillance. And the two Portland police officers that responded to my 911 call, they were performing for video surveillance as well. They were trying to pretend that a cigarette that was in my hand, they were pretending that that was some sort of a weapon. And that was the pretense that they were putting on. They were quite literally, so police and their civilian operatives quite literally perform for their own video surveillance so that they can make their targets look like bad guys. And they just pretend. They just pretend. Those cops that responded to my 911 call were literally pretending that the cigarette that was in my hand was some sort of a weapon. They were pretending that a cigarette's a weapon. And they're ordering me to drop it. So what are they doing? They're putting on a performance for their video surveillance. And that's what they were doing. They already know they have me debilitated. And when the paramedics and the firefighters showed up, they were unaware that I'm being targeted and set up by the police department and that the police have it out for me. So they were treating me like, you know, first responders would normally treat someone that calls 911. They're recognizing my complaint. They're acknowledging the fact that I reported Joni's a poisoner. And their first question that they asked me was, is my wife on any medication? That was the first question they asked me. And these two Portland cops that are on the scene noticed this. So they immediately decided they're going to attack me in front of the paramedics and the firefighters to make it known to them that they have it out for me. And because of this, none of the firefighters or the paramedics questioned me on the nature of my 911 call. Nobody questioned me. None of the first responders actually questioned me over the nature of my 911 call. In other words, nobody took my complaint. Nobody. I called, my wife admitted she's a poisoner, so I call 911. My wife's fuck buddies in the Portland Police Department show up, and the fire department paramedics show up, and the Portland Police Department attack me to make it known to the firefighters and the paramedics to not help me, and then they all left. And they took my wife to the hospital, and they left me standing there in that debilitated condition, bleeding internally and battered by my wife, and nobody took my complaint. I'm going to the next page. So that's quite literally what happened after my wife wrote this diary and I called 911. And that is how the police department literally covered up my complaint. Again, for the third time, they covered up my complaint. They already covered up the fact twice in February that I reported Joni's a poisoner, and I reported this at the OHSU. And in March 2006, I reported via the calling 911 that Joan Wagar's a poisoner. And they covered that up as well. I'm going to try to skip ahead a little bit. Let's go to the next page. I'm going to try to go a little quicker. If you want, you can pause the video in order to read her diary. I'm going to go to the next page right now. I'm going to try to go through this much quicker because of the fact that there's still several more pages to go through. So if you're watching this video, just pause the video right now, read these 2 pages, and then unpause the video. I'm going to go to the next page right now. There's Joan Wagar making reference to antifreeze right there. I'm going to go to the next page right now. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. Okay, I'm going to go to the next page. And I'm going to go to the next page. And now I'm going to go to the next page. And now I'm going to go to the next page. And now the next page. And now the next page. And now the next page. Now this is where my wife is admitting that she's a poisoner. Throughout her writing this diary, she's making reference to antifreeze, she's making reference to pills, and she's trying to hide her ongoing affair with Officer Eric Carlson, who's a Portland cop. She's trying to hide the fact that he's a lookalike. She was trying to hide the fact that Officer Eric Carlson and his partners had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine at the time. She was trying to hide the fact that my wife and her daughters were sleeping with these cops at the time. So this was very personal on their part. She's trying to hide their motive for murder. At this point, she's quite literally, keep in mind, I'm severely debilitated and bedridden during this time frame. And she makes very little reference to me being debilitated. She does admit that I'm ill in this diary. She makes one reference to that. But she doesn't want to get into the detail of it. And the reason why is because she is a poisoner and she has me debilitated. And she doesn't want people to know this. She's trying to hide that. She's trying to hide that fact from other people. I know she had me debilitated. I was quite literally bedridden a whole fucking month of March 2006 because she is a poisoner. And she doesn't want other people to know this. I'm going to go to the next page. This should be the last. This should be the last page of her diary. She's basically pretending to be suicidal, which is bullshit. She's quite literally admitting at the end of her diary that she's a poisoner. And she's pretending to be suicidal. This was her way of, she was trying to get me to call 911. She's already admitting in her diary to her affair with Officer Eric Carlson. And she's admitting in her diary, I can't get help from police. I've already tried. She's admitting in her diary, I can't get help by going to the hospital. I already tried. So she knows I have no way to get help. This was her way of getting me to call 911. She actually wanted me to call 911 because her fuck buddies in the Portland Police Department were just going to fabricate whatever they have to justify shooting me. And sure enough, when I called 911 and the police department showed up, they immediately started pretending that a cigarette in my hand is some sort of a weapon. So they were literally putting on that pretense. And they were doing this pretense for the purpose of their own video surveillance. So they were trying to set me up to be shot. And when that Portland cop assaulted me and he was deliberately acting in a fashion indicating that he was going to strike or punch me, he was doing this for the purpose of their own video surveillance, because he was trying to cause me he was trying to cause an automatic reflex where, if you think somebody's going to throw a punch at you, your automatic reflex is to put your arm up to block. And that's what he was trying to cause me to do. But I instinctually knew that they were performing for video surveillance. I already knew I was surrounded by my wife's fuck buddies in law enforcement, and that they had me under illegal video surveillance. So I knew what his intentions were immediately. I mean, for me, it was just as obvious as hell. I knew damn well he wanted me to raise my hands up to block, because they were going to use that on their video surveillance to justify battering and then shooting me to death. and they would use the act of me raising my arm to block as they would use that as their claim that I'm attacking. So this is how police usually gets away with this shit. Police in Portland, Oregon, they're known to provoke their victims and to harass their victims until their victims defend themselves. The moment their victims defend themselves, that's when the police either batter them to death or they just shoot the person to death. And this is what this cop was doing. And it was very obvious. I mean, he wasn't even looking, when he got his face 6 to 8 inches from my face, he wasn't even looking me in the face. His eyes were darting back and forth from my left arm to my right arm, to my left arm to my right arm, because he was expecting me. He was trying to give me the impression he's going to throw a punch, and he was expecting me to raise my arm to block. And I just stood there in disgust and stood completely stoic and didn't give a fuck if he threw a punch or not. I didn't care. I was so disgusted at this point. I didn't even give a shit if that pedophile cop threw a punch at me. I just stood there. I knew damn well what he wanted. He didn't throw a punch, but he was acting like he was. He was charging at me and got right in my face, and he put his arm back as though he's getting ready to throw a punch. So normally a person would take that as, this person's going to punch me, and then they're going to put their arm up to block. And I knew instantly that this was what his intention was. So I just stood there. I didn't raise my arms at all. I just stood there and gave him the most disgusting look I could give that son of a bitch. This son of a bitch is protecting a fucking serial killer from prosecution. This is how the Portland Police Department protects their whore-ass poisonous girlfriends from prosecution. Now keep in mind, this is Joan Wagar's diary. She signed this diary. She is verbally admitting she's a goddamn poisoner. She's pretending to be suicidal at this point, and it was a pretense. I mean, come on. My wife's and her daughter's fuck buddies in law enforcement had the surrounding departments surrounding mine, and they were trying to hide it. Is that enough to know that her pretended hysterics when I call 911 is just that, pretended? She's just constantly performing for video surveillance. To be surrounded by sting operatives is to be constantly surrounded by performers that do everything in their power to make their targets look like bad guys. And that's what she was trying to do. And when her fuck buddies in the police department arrived when I called 911, her fuck buddies in law enforcement could see I'm the 911 caller, and they see that I'm holding a cell phone in one hand, I'm holding a cigarette in the other hand, and they started pretending that cigarette is some sort of a lethal weapon, and they're ordering me to drop it. They're pretending my cigarette is a knife or a gun or something, and they were doing this for the purpose of their own video surveillance. Okay, this is the end of my wife's diary, and I'm going to go to the next page. This is the front cover of my wife's diary. This is what her diary looks like when the book is closed. It was my wife's sister, Vicky Rosales, that got my wife this diary. And I'm going to go to the next page. Now, this here is my wife, Joan Wagar's infamous denial letter. This is a very interesting letter that my wife, Joan Wagar, wrote. And she wrote this 1 week after I called 911 and I was attacked by my wife's fuck buddies in law enforcement. My wife admitted she's a poisoner at the end of her diary, and I called 911, and I got attacked by my wife, and then I got attacked by the police that responded to my 911 call. And nobody took my complaint. Now, this denial letter is what my wife wrote a week after that incident. And in this denial letter, she's admitting to her affair. And I'm going to zoom in on this so that you guys can read this better. And I'll scroll so that you guys can read this easier. Can I zoom in anymore? There. Now I'll let you guys read this, and you can pause the video in order to read this. Now keep in mind that my wife at this point is being very formal. 1 week after she pretends to be suicidal and admits she's a poisoner, now my wife is pretending to be all formal-like and all official-like and behaving in a manner that is very inconsistent with what she was writing in her diary. And she's admitting to her affair with Officer Eric Carlson in this denial letter, but she's trying to hide the fact that Officer Eric Carlson is a Portland cop. She's pretending that he is an Eastport Walmart employee. And I'm going to scroll down a little bit so that you guys can read more of this. She's making mention of 3 different men in this denial letter. She's making mention of Officer Eric Carlson, and she's making mention of 2 other males that are Officer Eric Carlson's partners. One she refers to by the name of Shannon, and the other she refers to by the name of David. And she is pretending that these 3 men are Eastport Walmart employees. None of them are Eastport Walmart employees. All 3 of the men are Portland police officers and were operating as a sting to set me up for their crimes. And these are the cops that my wife and her daughters were sleeping with. My wife, Joan Wagar, was sleeping around with Officer Eric Carlson and with his partner that she refers to by the name of Shannon. And my wife's daughters at the time were sleeping around with Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David. And Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David, was living with my wife and her daughters at the time Joan Wagar wrote this denial letter. I'm going to scroll down a little more so that you can see what's on the rest of this page. You may need to actually pause the video in order to actually read the contents of this page. Now, this is a very vital piece of evidence. My wife, Joan Wagar, is practically lying about almost everything on this page. I already knew Officer Eric Carlson's a Portland cop. I knew he was a brunette. I knew he's about my height, which is around 5'10". I knew he weighed around 165, 175. He weighed about the same as I do. He had about the same height and build as me. And he's a damn close lookalike. Only I'm a blonde. He's a brunette. Officer Eric Carlson is a brunette. Well, Joan Wagar is trying to hide the fact he's a cop by claiming that he's an Eastport Walmart employee, and she's pretending that his partners are also Eastport Walmart employees. They are not. They're Portland police officers. These are the officers my wife and her daughters were sleeping with. These are the officers that were setting me up as a pedophile, and these are the officers that were sleeping around with my wife and her daughters. And it is Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David, that got my wife's daughter, Megan Wagar, pregnant at the time. So at the time my wife wrote this denial letter, her daughter, Megan Wagar, is pregnant by Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David. Now, Joan Wagar is trying to give the impression that these 3 men are co-workers of hers at Eastport Walmart, and she's trying to give the impression that they're not really connected to one another. So she is trying her damnness to hide the fact that Officer Eric Carlson is a cop, and that his partners are cops, and that he's a lookalike. Officer Eric Carlson is a lookalike to me. She was trying to hide the fact that he was acting as a double. She's trying to hide the fact her daughters are sleeping around with them. We didn't find out that Megan Wagar was pregnant by David until early April of 2006. So it was about a week or 2 after Joan Wagar wrote this denial letter that we found out Megan Wagar was pregnant by David. Which means, in other words, Megan Wagar was already a month-long pregnant by David. So, at the time Joan Wagar wrote this denial letter, Megan Wagar was already pregnant by Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David. Now, almost everything in this denial letter written by Joan Wagar is a lie on her part. She is trying to hide the fact that they're in a sting operation, that my wife and her daughters were sleeping around with multiple people in law enforcement, and she's trying to hide and conceal the fact that her fuck buddies in law enforcement have taken over the surrounding apartments, and that they were setting me up using Officer Eric Carlson as a double, and they're trying to hide their motive for murder. They're trying to hide the fact that they're using sting tactics to set me up and to frame me for their crimes. And they're trying very hard to conceal the Officer Eric Carlson because they don't want me to know that they're using a double. That is vital information that police and news media does not want the general public to know about. Police and news media go way out of their way to hide the fact that law enforcement does in fact impersonate the people they target in stings for the purpose of framing. Now, my wife and her daughters are trying to hide and conceal their motives. She wrote this denial letter because I was determined at this point to find help. And this was her desperate attempt to assure me that that my wife loves me, that she's a loving wife, and that she's trying to be honest with me, and that there's nothing going on. And this was her desperate attempt because she was afraid I was just going to start going all over Portland, Oregon, and start telling people that they're poisoners and that they're murderers. Keep in mind, they just informed me that my wife's brother died around this time. His name is Don Miner. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's what my wife told me around the time that she wrote this denial letter. She didn't tell me this that her brother died while she was writing her diary. She told me this after she stopped writing her diary, and it was around the same time that she wrote this denial letter. So, and keep in mind, I'm still bedridden. I'm still bedridden at this time. So this is she is trying to hide her motive. She's admitting to her affair with Officer Eric Carlson, but she's trying to hide the fact he's a cop. She's trying to hide the fact that he is a lookalike. Her description of Officer Eric Carlson and his partner Shannon, those two descriptions are lies on her part. She's being honest about David's description because, at the time, they had David move in with Joni and my wife's daughters. So this David person moved in. So they know for a fact I know what David looks like. And so she's being honest about David's description, but she is lying about Officer Eric Carlson and his partner Shannon's description. She's trying to portray them as short midgets, and she's completely lying about their weight and their size, because she's trying to hide the fact that these are Portland cops. I knew immediately she was lying. I already knew what Officer Eric Carlson looked like. I already knew what his partner Shannon looked like. So when I read this denial letter, I knew damn well she was fucking lying about their appearances. She's being honest about David's appearance. The description she's giving of David's, that description is accurate. And she's not really, she's not sleeping around with David. So she's had no, and they're not using him as a double or anything. So she has no, not to mention, he was quite literally living with my wife and her daughters at this time. My wife's daughter was pregnant by David at this time. We didn't know it yet. My wife didn't know it yet. I didn't know it yet. Nobody knew it yet. We didn't find out till April that our daughter was pregnant by David. So we found out a couple weeks after Joan Wagar wrote this denial letter that Joan Wagar's daughter was pregnant by one of the men that she's making reference to in this denial letter. Now, she is lying outright and totally about Officer Eric Carlson's weight and height and appearance. He's not a redhead, he's a brunette. But he was dyeing his hair blonde so that he can impersonate me. So, and I witnessed him at Eastport Walmart in April 2005. And he was not a brunette at that point. He was, well, he dyed his hair blonde. So I knew I already knew they were using him as a double. I uncovered this fact in January of 2005. So, and I knew what he looked like in January 2005. And they didn't think I knew. They all thought I didn't know what Officer Eric Carlson looked like. So they were still trying to hide it from me. This is why she's lying to me, because she thinks I don't know what he looks like. And I already know what he looks like. He's about my height. He's about my size. And I'm like 5 foot. I'm like 5'10.5". He might be a half inch shorter than me. If there's a difference in height, it's like a half an inch of a difference in height, if that. And I can only guesstimate because when I seen Officer Eric Carlson, his shoes, the soles on his shoes might be thicker than mine, or mine might be thicker than his, kind of a thing. So he's approximately my height, and he's approximately my weight. He has my height and my build. And no, he's not an exact twin, but he is a damn close lookalike. From a distance, if he dresses like me and dyes his hair blonde and has his hair cut to the same length as mine, then from a distance he could easily pass as a double. Easily. Close up, no, he can't, because he's not an exact twin. And they weren't using him as a twin, they're using him as a double. And this is what my wife and the Portland police and the county sheriffs and our daughters, this is what they were trying to hide from me. They didn't want me to know. And these, you need to understand, I'm not their only target. A sting operation generally doesn't target just one person. Sting operation generally targets multiple people. Now, they were targeting pretty much everybody in my family, and they were targeting members of my wife's side of the family as well that were not involved in it. Now, I don't know for a fact if Don Minor died or not at this time frame, but it was around this time frame when my wife wrote this denial letter. It was around this time frame that my wife admitted that her brother Don Minor died. Now, if he did die, I have every reason to suspect that they poisoned him. On average, one family member died per year. Ever since my wife got hooked up with the county sheriffs and the Portland Police Department in 1999, when she got a job at the Multnomah County Jail kitchen as a prep cook, ever since she started sleeping around with people in law enforcement, there has been a death in the family on average of one a year. And the female members of my wife's side of the family are the ones that are palling around and sleeping around with these cops. Now, I don't know for a fact if Don Miner died in 2006 or not. I know my wife told me he did. And I keep in mind, I'm bedridden when she told me this. Now, I don't know if he died or not. But keep in mind that she made this admission to me right after she wrote her diary, and then she wrote this denial letter. So keep that in mind, because there was a death in the family at this time, according to my wife. And I would like to point out the fact that almost everything in this denial letter is a lie. She's admitting to her affair with Eric Carlson. That's true. She's claiming her affair ended around the same time it started. That's false. Her affair with Officer Eric Carlson never ended. Officer Eric Carlson is a sting officer. He's a police officer and was operating in a sting, and they had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. So her affair with Officer Eric Carlson was continuous and ongoing, and she was also sleeping around with Officer Eric Carlson's partner, Shannon. I have reason to suspect that another partner of Officer Eric Carlson that goes by the name of John Ray, she may have been sleeping with him as well. Don't know if she was or wasn't, but I do know that he's one of the sting operatives that had and was occupying one of the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. And he was gaining entry into my apartment by pretending to be a maintenance man doing inspections. I don't know if she was having sexual relations with him or not. I have every reason to suspect that she was. I do know that my wife, Joan Wagar, was going to, on her lunch breaks from working at Eastport Walmart in 2005, she was leaving Eastport Walmart with Officer Eric Carlson and his partner Shannon, and they were getting into a white Ford Bronco, a white Ford Explorer vehicle that didn't belong to me or my wife, and that I found out where they were going. They were going to an apartment building someplace where my wife does not live. So they were going to they were on their lunch breaks. My wife, Joan Wagar, and Officer Eric Carlson and his partner Shannon were leaving Eastport Walmart together and going into a white Ford Explorer, and they were going to a completely different apartment building, and my wife would stay there for like an hour before she'd go back to work. And that she was doing this during her lunch breaks at Eastport Walmart. So it wasn't difficult to figure it out or to find this out. I had it pretty well pegged and pretty well figured out. It was fairly obvious. So most of the stuff that she wrote in this denial letter is outright lies on her part. Some of it is partial truths. It's like she's admitting to her affair. That's true. With Eric Carlson. She's admitting to her affair with Eric Carlson. That is true. She's claiming her affair ended around the same time it started. That is completely false. Her affair never ended. She's in a sting off with these police officers, and she has been palling around and sleeping around with these police officers the entire time. They had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. So that is a complete falsehood on her part. And she's lying about Officer Eric Carlson's description. She's lying about his partner Shannon's description. She's being honest with David's description, but only because David is living in Joan Wagar's apartment with Joan Wagar and her daughters at this time. So that's the only reason she's being honest about David's appearance. And we found out a couple weeks later that Megan Wagar, Joan Wagar's daughter, Megan Wagar, got pregnant by Officer Eric Carlson's partner, David. Now, she is linking these three men Officer Eric Carlson and his partner Shannon and David, she is linking these three men as though they're partners. So she's not doing a very good job of actually trying to hide, trying to conceal the fact that these three men are connected with one another. And keep in mind, like I said, she's completely guilty. So, and she's used to lying, and she's used to getting away with lying. She doesn't care if any of her lies are unbelievable or not. She doesn't give a shit. She knows that I don't. When I read her denial letter, I didn't believe it at all. I knew damn well she's fucking lying in it. And of course, she's denying. At the bottom, near the end of it, that she's denying being a poisoner. Now, keep in mind that she just admitted to my face a week before she wrote this that she's a poisoner, and she admitted in her diary she's a poisoner. So here's another example of her constant contradictions. One day, my wife will admit to certain things, and the next day she contradicts herself. And she didn't care because she was constantly lying. And there's one thing about liars that I know of is that liars don't keep track of their lies. When people lie, and they're trying to cover their asses, they constantly lie. And that means they're telling so many lies they can't keep track of it, and they forget some of the lies they tell. So she is not doing a very good job of keeping track of all the lies that she tells and sticking with those lies. So she'll tell one lie, and then like a day or a week later, she'll tell a completely different lie that contradicts her past lie. So this is, it's blatantly obvious that she doesn't really give a damn if I know or if I suspect. She already knows I can't get help by calling the police. I can't get help by calling 911. I've already tried. She already has me in a debilitated condition at this point. She has her daughters on board with it. My wife and her daughters are sleeping around with these police officers. And they had me quite literally surrounded. And they had me debilitated. So they didn't really care if I knew or suspected. And the only reason that she wrote this was because I was threatening to just go all over Portland, Oregon, and just accusing her and her fuck buddies in law enforcement of being a bunch of poisoners. And this was her way of trying to reassure me, kind of a thing. But it's not really believable on her part. She's trying to pass off Eric Carlson as 135-pound, 5'6" midget. Excuse me, no. He's around 5'10". He's around 165, 175. He's around my height. He's about my height. He's about my build, and I'm like 5'10.5". And my average weight back then was around 170. And he basically has my height, my build. Not exact. He's not an exact twin. Even though in March of 2005, my wife was referring to him as such. But they were only doing that because they knew that they were using him as a double. And it was her way of hinting to her daughters that her fuck buddy in the police department was impersonating me and setting me up for crimes. And that was my wife's way of having fun hinting. There's one thing I know about sting operatives. They love to hint to their victims. And my wife was hinting in March 2005 that Officer Eric Carlson is a twin. And she was openly referring to him by the nickname Double Click after this. This is a vital piece of evidence. She wrote this 1 week after I called 911 to report the fact that Joan Wagar is a poisoner. And my wife literally battered me while I'm on the phone with 911. And when the Portland Police Department arrived, they assaulted me with the intent of They wanted me to they were pretending to act like they were going to throw a punch at me in order, thinking that I would put my arms up, as a reflex. And I knew instinctually at that moment that this is why this officer was doing this. I already knew why he was ordering me to drop that cigarette. And he was saying, drop it, drop it. And, he was pretending the cigarette in my hand is some sort of a weapon. So they were trying to fabricate excuses for their own video surveillance to justify shooting me. Literally. Well, this is my wife's denial letter that she wrote 1 week after that incident. And this is her response to my 911 call. This is her rebuttal to my 911 call. And she's pretty much lying about just about everything in here. The only thing that's truthful in here is she's admitting to her affair with Officer Eric Carlson. She's lying about the fact that her affair ended around the same time it started, because her affair was ongoing. It never ended. And she's trying to pretend Officer Eric Carlson and his partners are Eastport Walmart employees. In other words, co-workers of hers. They're not. They're Portland police officers. She's lying about their employment. She's lying about Officer Eric Carlson and his partner Shannon's appearance. She's telling the truth about David's appearance, but she's trying to hide. She's trying to hide the fact that these three men are police officers, and that my wife and her daughters were sleeping around with these police officers. We find out about 2 weeks after Joan Wagar wrote this that Megan Wagar was already pregnant by David at the time she wrote this. And she's lying about Officer Eric Carlson Shannon's appearances and description. She's lying about their true employment. And, of course, she's lying, pretending that she's not a poisoner. So this is pretty much there's so many holes in this denial letter that Joan Wagar wrote that you could drive a Mack truck through it. She's just blatantly lying in this denial letter. She doesn't care if I know. She doesn't care if anybody else knows either. Now this here is a note that my wife scribbled at me in my presence. I was, at the time Joan Wagar wrote this, I was so near to death that I think I was in bed for like 2 weeks and didn't have anything to eat. I literally had to go into the living room and I was lucky to go into the kitchen once and managed to grab a loaf of bread. And I think I brought a loaf of bread with me, and I basically had to survive off of that loaf of bread, and was, for the most part, was completely, totally bedridden. I had no way to fend for myself. I had no way to make any food or prepare any food for myself. I was so badly debilitated. I couldn't see very well. My vision was severely impaired from being so badly poisoned by Joni that I couldn't even read this. The date, my wife dated this damn thing. I'll zoom in on it so that you guys can read it easier. My wife, Joan Wagar, came home this day, and I'm going to have to assume that that's the correct date, because I guarantee you at this time I was not keeping track of what date it was. I was fucking bedridden for months at this point, and I was so badly debilitated. I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't eat. I couldn't do anything. And my wife came home from work this day, and she took her notepad that she had with her. She charged into the bedroom where I was bedridden, and she was pretending to be angry when she started writing this down in her notepad. And she did this in front of me. And after she finished writing this, she tore this note from her notebook, and she threw this note at me like it was a frisbee and said, "Here, use that against me." And she was grinning and smirking, but acting like she was angry at the same time. And then she charged out of the bedroom. So I was so badly poisoned, so severely poisoned, that I couldn't even read this. I was in so much pain at the time. I was so badly debilitated that I grabbed this note and looked at it, and I could not focus on it at all enough to even read it. So I just folded this thing up, not even knowing what the fuck is even on it, not even caring what's on it. I was so badly debilitated, and I just put it in my pocket. I mean, I was so badly debilitated, I didn't even undress. I mean, I went to bed with my pants and everything on because I'm bedridden. I mean, I couldn't, just to go to the bathroom would almost kill me. Literally, would almost kill me. I was in so much pain, and my vision was so badly impaired from being poisoned by this bitch. I couldn't even read this. And that is the circumstances in which she threw this at me. She literally just threw it at me and was mocking me and daring me to use this against her. She was fucking grinning and daring me to use this against her, and then she just bolted out of the room. She didn't give a fuck if I know she's a serial killer. She doesn't give a shit if anybody else knows she's a serial killer. She sleeps with fucking cops. She doesn't give a damn. Her fuck buddies in law enforcement will not arrest her for fucking anything. I was quite literally so badly bedridden that I couldn't, not only could I not read this, I didn't even know what month it was at the time. Okay, that's how badly poisoned I was. By mid to late 2006, she had me so badly debilitated that my vision was so badly impaired. I couldn't talk. I couldn't walk. I couldn't even breathe. I had to manually breathe. I had to think about taking every breath that I took because she had me so badly poisoned, I couldn't automatically breathe anymore. If I didn't concentrate on breathing, I would simply stop breathing. That's how badly poisoned that she had me. That I was at the closest to death that anybody could ever get at this time. And I couldn't even read this when she threw it at me. I put it in my pocket and promptly forgot about it. I was in so much pain. There were other times that she threw notes at me, and I didn't save those or didn't even attempt to save those. So that's not the only time that she's done this. but this just happens to be one of the times that she did this where I actually managed, and I can't for the life of me remember how. I think I don't remember exactly how I saved this at the time, because she had me so badly poisoned. I was so badly debilitated. I think I know I put it in my pocket and I just didn't read it because I couldn't read it, and I just forgot about it. And I think a few months later, when I managed to get somewhat better, better health-wise, I think I put it with my wife's diary, and I think I just forgot about it. I still wasn't able to read it, and I put my wife's diary and her other writings, her denial letter, and this, of which I couldn't even read at the point. I didn't even care at the time because I was so badly poisoned. I was in so much pain. I just didn't care anymore. I already reported it multiple times. She's a poisoner, and the police department repeatedly covered it up. She wasn't hiding her guilt. She was flaunting it. Somehow I managed to get this with my wife's diary and with her denial letter. Somehow I managed to save those. I didn't save all the writings that my wife was writing back then because I simply was not physically able to do so. I'm lucky I was managed to hold on to her diary and to her denial letter that she wrote a week after her diary, and then to this statement that she wrote. Now, this is very important to keep in mind because this is September 9th, 2006. You need to keep in mind that my wife and her daughters were sleeping with these cops. And after my wife admitted in her diary that she's a poisoner, and I called 911 to report it, after this, my wife and her daughters had Officer Eric Carlson's partner David move in with them. And right after David moved in with my wife and her daughters, keep in mind, I'm debilitated and bedridden at that time. This is when David started donating plasma. Now keep in mind, they're poisoners. They're using doubles. They're using sting tactics to set me up for crimes. They already have me debilitated. They have my wife and her daughters on board with this criminal conspiracy of theirs. And after David moved into our apartment, he started donating plasma. He already knew I reported Joni's a poisoner. He knew I was bedridden. And he immediately started donating plasma. So they were trying, from March 2006 on forward, they were trying to set me up not only as a pedo, but they're trying to frame me for Joan Wagar's crimes. And this is what, essentially, Joni's admitting here that she's a poisoner again, and that she's using antifreeze, but she's trying to imply blame on me. And this is a deliberate and intentional act on her part, because they still think I'm unaware of Officer Eric Carlson's appearance. They still, at this point, sting operatives are very organized. They're all lie for one another, but they're not very bright. They stupidly thought I didn't know that Officer Eric Carlson was a lookalike. So this is a very interesting confession on Joan Wagar's part, considering she's having an affair with a cop that is a lookalike of me, and that the son of a bitch was dyeing his hair blonde so that he can impersonate me. So that's a very interesting. It's very interesting what Joan Wagar is trying to imply right here. They were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double to set me up for crimes. Now, what all the crimes are that they were setting me up for, I don't know. I probably never will know. They surely don't have any intention of having a trial. They wanted to set me up for a series of crimes, and with the intent of just giving me the blame for shit, and then they were going to murder me off. They had no intention of having a trial. None. Absolutely none. Now, keep in mind the fact that my wife's lover, Officer Eric Carlson, who is a Portland cop, is a look-alike of me, and that he dyed his hair blonde so that he could impersonate me, and that everybody at my wife's place of employment, Eastport Walmart, already knew this, and they were trying to hide it from me. When my wife wrote this, she's still falsely under the belief that I'm unaware that Officer Eric Carlson is a lookalike. So I find it very interesting what my wife is trying to set me up for. After she admits she's a serial killer in her diary, and then she's basically contradicting her denial letter with this statement right here. She's quite literally contradicting her own denial letter. Her denial letter, she's denying she's a poisoner. And in this note that she just scribbled right in front of my face and then tossed at me like it was a frisbee, she's admitting she's a poisoner and she's using antifreeze. So, but she's trying to imply blame on me. Now, keep in mind, the entire time my wife and her daughters were having sex with Officer Eric Carlson and his partners. And I was surrounded by these Portland officers. They had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine. I'm under the belief at the time that my wife wrote this that she wanted me to use this against me because they have Officer Eric Carlson to use as a double, so they could easily use fuzzy video surveillance, or they could easily use side shot or back shot photogenic photos of Officer Eric Carlson being a poisoner while he's dressed like me, and then just give me the blame and then murder me. And this is the reason, and this is where their mindsets were on during this time frame. They were focusing on trying to set me up for Joan Wagar's crimes. Now, this is the last note I'm going to show right now. I have more documents that I can show, like the hospital documents and so on and so forth, but I think that probably should be for another video. Due to the length of this one already, I don't think I should go on any further. I figured I'll just show my wife's diary and her own written confessions along with that love letter, which my wife claims is Officer Eric Carlson's love letter. But I have every reason to suspect that it was one of her other lovers in law enforcement that may have wrote it. It's either Officer Eric Carlson that wrote that love letter, or it was Officer John Ray, one or the other. What I can testify to is the fact that my wife admitted to my presence that it's Officer Eric Carlson's love letter, and that it belongs to her. And I can testify to the fact that I witnessed Officer John Ray pretending to be a maintenance man in my apartment, and I witnessed Officer John Ray planning that love letter in with my wife's clean clothing. Now, I can testify to those two things because I'm a witness to that. So it may very well be that Officer Eric Carlson did write that love letter, but there's also a strong likelihood. I know they were using those nicknames in April and May of 2005, Double Click and Mrs. Dash. They were using those nicknames verbally and in their cell phone contact list that I'm a witness to. They used the nicknames in my presence in April and May of 2005 verbally and in their cell phone contact list. So I know damn well that those are Officer Eric Carlson and my wife Joan Wagar's nicknames. But in December of 2005 or early January of 2006, that was around the time I caught Officer John Ray pretending to be a maintenance man and caught him planting that love letter in my apartment. I quite literally caught him in the act. My wife's clean clothing, we didn't have dressers at the time. We just moved into that apartment building. We didn't have any dressers. My wife kept her clean clothing separate from her dirty clothing. She threw her dirty clothing in a pile on the floor someplace, and she kept her clean clothing in a box. And Officer John Ray went into my wife's bedroom with claiming he's going to inspect the fire alarm, and he didn't realize that I was walking in there. He was pretending that they're inspecting the fire alarms. Well, when I walked in there on him, he wasn't looking at the fire alarm on the ceiling. He was down on he was squatted down. He had his arm completely, fully immersed into that box that my wife's clean clothing was in. And he was planting that love letter in that box. And he jerked his arm out of that box when he saw me heading towards the bedroom, and I saw him with his arm in that box. He bolted into a standing position and then immediately started trying to act like I'm failing some sort of an inspection. He was trying to be intimidating at this point, which it was just outright bullshit and bogus on his part. And I knew at this point he's not a maintenance man. I knew damn well he was a fucking Portland cop. And I knew damn well he was planning something in that box. I found out what it was after he left. And he put that love letter in that box. And it was literally in the bottom of the box where his arm was. So yeah, I can testify that Officer John Ray planted it. So he may be the officer that wrote it. I don't know. I didn't witness anybody write that love letter. I did witness Officer John Ray planning it, and I did witness my wife Joan Wagar verbally admitting it's her love letter, and she claimed it was Eric Carlson's letter that he wrote to her. So that much I do know for certain. But this is a perfect example. If you compare Joan Wagar's denial letter with this note that she tossed at me like it was a goddamn frisbee, if you compare the two, she's contradicting herself. Well, that's pretty much what she's doing in her diary, and she is almost on a daily basis. She was contradicting herself. And the entire time, they were just essentially toying with me. They already have me debilitated. They covered up my 911 calls. They used their power of influence at the hospital to deny me any emergency form of services or help. I quite literally could not get past the lobby at the emergency hospital because of the police department's influence. In other words, no doctor ever got to see me because of the police department's influence. And they literally covered up the fact that I reported Joni's a poisoner. They pretended, the police department is pretending after the fact that nothing's reported by me. So they're not really trying to hide that fact from me. When I called 911, they did not take my complaint. They did not ask me what is the reason or the purpose for me calling 911. They did not allow me to explain what is going on and the reasons for my emergency, my 911 call. They never took my information. They never took my complaints. They quite literally just attacked me and then just left me there. So they're not hiding the fact that they're guilty. They're not hiding their guilt at all. And I found out, because I'm a victim of these tactics, I've discovered that apartment managers here in Portland, Oregon tend to be people that are either girlfriends or past girlfriends of people in law enforcement. And this is one of the reasons why it is so easy for police to take over surrounding apartments that surrounding their targets. The apartment manager at Arbor Glen was quite literally allowing my wife and her daughter's fuck buddies in law enforcement to take over the surrounding apartments surrounding mine, and they fucking poisoned me and debilitated me, and they were using sting tactics in that area to set me up for their crimes. And the apartment manager knew all about this and was cooperating with it and was helping these officers. And the apartment manager quite literally was pretending that these officers are maintenance men and demanding that they are to be allowed into our home to inspect our apartment. So I'm aware of the fact that apartment managers here in Portland, Oregon tend to lie for police, and they'll literally pretend that the police officers that are surrounding your apartment are maintenance men, so that you'll give them admittance into your home. And this is how they were entering my home almost every month, using this pretense of them being maintenance men. And they're not maintenance men, they were Portland police officers. And it was the apartment manager that was passing them off as maintenance men. So apartment managers are quite literally civilian sting operatives for local authorities, and they lie for local authorities. And this is how they quite literally surrounded my apartment. And since they had my wife and her daughters on board with this, I'm quite literally surrounded by people that were framing me for crimes, and surrounded by the very people that poisoned me and were keeping me debilitated while they were setting me up for crimes. And the apartment manager quite literally was assisting them in this operation, because she was passing off these officers as though they're maintenance men. Now, any attempt to hide it from me was half-assed at best. They don't really care if I know. They don't really care if I suspect it. They didn't want me to know that Officer Eric Carlson is a lookalike, because I think they wanted, they were setting me up for a series of crimes, and I am unaware of the amount of crimes that they were setting me up for. But I can give you a general understanding that I have over the crimes that these people are guilty of. They were setting me up as a pedo. They had my wife and daughters on board with it. They were using a double. They were in a constant state of staging crimes and or committing crimes near where I live. They were intentionally vilifying me behind my back and giving me blame for the very crimes that they were committing. And they were doing this while I'm bleeding out and bedridden and debilitated. And they had the surrounding apartments surrounding mine, and it was Portland police officers and their civilian operatives that were using those apartments. I do know for a fact in March of 2007, which is literally a year after my wife wrote that diary and her denial letter, that Officer Eric Carlson, on March 26, 2007, Officer Eric Carlson and Officer John Ray and two female officers, one being a black female going by the first name of Adrian, the other female police officer going by the first name Erica, along with my wife Joan Wagar and her daughter Kaylee Wagar. They staged and committed a break-in and a rape and a homicide, and they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a photo double for that. And they were trying to set me up to get the blame for this, and I caught them in the act of committing these crimes and caught them on an audio recorder admitting to these crimes and admitting that they were setting me up to get the blame. And I basically, they committed a murder. I don't know who they murdered. I know it was a female because they said it was a female. They admitted they raped and murdered her. They admitted they were using Officer Eric Carlson as a double. They admitted they were taking photogenic photos of Officer Eric Carlson's dick. They admitted that he was posing for photogenic photos on our daughter Kaylee Wagar's bed. They admitted I was asleep at the time. They admitted they broke into my home. They admitted that they couldn't go through my door because I'm asleep in the living room on the couch by the front door, which is why they broke in through a damn window. And it was my wife and her daughter that let them in through their windows, and they were quite literally, they were making child porn. And they murdered our daughter was posing with Officer Eric Carlson, and it was Officer John Ray and their two female partners that were taking photogenic photos of Officer Eric Carlson while he impersonated me. And they were setting me up to get the blame for a homicide. And after they did this, they were planting evidence in my home. And they still think I'm asleep at the time on the couch. I woke up on the couch hearing what sounded like my wife whispering to some dude, and some dude whispering back at my wife. And I'm hearing what sounded like sex noises. So, thinking I was catching my wife in her affair with an armed cop that I had no intention of confronting, since I know he's a cop and know he's armed and he just broke into my fucking home, and I'm under the belief at this point I'm catching them in the act of their affair. I put an audio recorder in my wife's purse, and I laid back down on the couch and pretended to be asleep, knowing my wife is going to be leaving for work soon. And I put that audio recorder in my wife's purse so I could prove my wife's ongoing affair with Officer Eric Carlson, and to prove that my wife's fuck buddy in the Portland Police Department broke into my home illegally and is more than likely fucking armed. And so when I laid back, after I put the audio recorder in my wife's purse and I laid back down, I pretended to be asleep. And it was from this point forward, they left our daughter's bedroom, and they went from our daughter's bedroom into my wife's bedroom. And I could hear them leaving our daughter's bedroom and hear them walking into my wife's bedroom. And I could hear them in there whispering to one another. I couldn't make out what they were saying at the time because, you know, I'm close enough to where I can hear them whispering, but I'm not close enough to differentiate specifically what they were saying. But I knew the audio recorder that I put in my wife's purse was catching it, so I just continued to lay there and pretend to be asleep. And I knew my audio, whatever they're saying, my audio recorder is catching it. So I wasn't worried about not being able to overhear what they're saying. And I could hear them opening my wife's bedroom window, and one of them was crawling out my wife's bedroom window, and they were having trouble. It sounded as though they were carrying something heavy and that they were having trouble with it. I didn't know what exactly was going on at the time, but keep in mind my audio recorder was catching this. So one of these people left the apartment out my wife's bedroom window, and after this, that's when my wife and Officer Eric Carlson started planting evidence in my apartment, and I could hear their movements throughout the apartment doing just that. And they booted up the family computer, and I could hear it was my wife that booted up the family computer, and she plugged in a USB stick or a flash card or something like that into the computer after it booted up, and I could hear a male's voice whispering at her saying, "Copy." So she was being directed by Officer Eric Carlson to copy the photogenic photos that they just took in our daughter's bedroom, and my wife was copying these photos onto our computer. And after they got done with this, my wife, Joan Wagar, and Officer Eric Carlson snuck past me thinking I'm still asleep, and they went into the kitchen, and Officer Eric Carlson poisoned my coffee pot, and he poisoned my coffee cup. And Joan Wagar was specifically verbally pointing out to Officer Eric Carlson, which coffee cup is mine. And after they did this, my wife grabbed her purse, and both my wife and Officer Eric Carlson walked right past me again and walked right out the front door. Officer Eric Carlson had a gun in his fucking hand when he walked past me to go to the front door. And my wife opened the front door, and Officer Eric Carlson bolted out of it first. And my wife shut the door and wasn't even trying to be quiet when she did it. So she didn't care if the act of shutting the door woke me up. If anything, she wanted it to wake me up. Now, I was already awake. I had my eyes slitted open. I could see when my wife grabbed her purse, and my wife and Officer Eric Carlson headed to the front door to go out the front door. I had my eyes slitted. I could see that Officer Eric Carlson had a gun in his hand. It looked like he was pointing it in my direction as they were walking to the front door, and they both walked out the front door together. And it was my wife that shut the door, and she didn't try to shut the door quietly. So she didn't care if the act of shutting the door woke me up. Now, keep in mind, they just walked out of my apartment with my audio recorder still running in my wife's purse. To make a very long story short, they all briefly met outside. They briefly went over everything that they just got done doing, and my audio recorder's catching this. And they basically admitted that they poisoned my coffee pot. They admitted they planted poison in my home. They were comparing notes with one another, and then they all got into their vehicles, and they all, as a group, headed straight to Clackamas Walmart. Once they arrived at Clackamas Walmart, my wife's sister, Vicky Rosales, was waiting for them in the parking lot at Clackamas Walmart. And so Vicky Rosales was expecting my wife and Officer Eric Carlson and Officer John Ray and these two other female officers to all arrive together She was expecting this, and my wife and her sister were talking to one another, and they were discussing a little bit about what they did, and they were laughing about it and joking about it. And then when they all got into the front lobby of Clackamas Walmart, and they all got together as a group, that means, in other words, Officer Eric Carlson, Officer John Ray, these two female officers going by the first names Adrian and Erica, and my wife Joan Wagar, and Vicky Rosales. Once they're all together in the front lobby at Clackamas Walmart, that is when they all started celebrating and acting like they're celebrating, and they were openly discussing everything that they just got done doing, and they were explaining to Vicky Rosales everything that they just did. Vicky Rosales already knew. They were framing me as a pedo. She was on board with this. She's my wife's sister, and my wife and her lovers in the Portland Police Department, and these two other female officers that were involved in this, they were filling my wife's sister in on how it all went. And they verbally admitted they were framing me as a pedo. They verbally admitted that Officer Eric Carlson was posing on our daughter's bed. They admitted they took photogenic photos of his dick. They admitted that they poisoned my coffee pot. They admitted that my wife was helping them with this. My wife literally chimed in on that and admitted that she helped Officer Eric Carlson with that. She was rather proud of herself for helping Officer Eric Carlson to frame me as a poisoner. They were describing in detail what they just got done doing. And as other Walmart employees were walking into the front lobby, these female officers were speaking up and were pretending that they caught me in the act of something and were immediately giving me the blame for everything that these people just did. But they're bragging to everything to Vicky Rosales, and they're verbally admitting to Vicky Rosales they're the ones that did it all. And around this point, these officers' superiors showed up in the front lobby at Clackamas Walmart, and they showed up to pick up the photogenic photos that these officers just got done making and taking. And it was the female officer Erica that spoke up in this group. Their superior said, "So you got them for us," referring to the photogenic photos they took. And then the female officer Erica spoke up, saying that yeah, they got it on photogenic and all this kind of shit. And then she said to her superiors they needed to take 630 off of her. Now they're referring to a female that's under video surveillance at this point. Keep that in mind. They're making reference to a female that's under video surveillance at this point. Now keep that in mind. And their superior said why. And this female cop, Erica, admitted that Officer John Ray broke in there. And Officer John Ray himself spoke up, agreeing and admitting, and he said, "Well, he couldn't go through the front door." And he is quite literally admitting to breaking into my home. Now, keep in mind they're making reference to video surveillance, and they're making reference to taking off 630. Now, keep that in mind, because when I woke up, hearing my wife that morning whispering to some dude and hearing some dude whispering back to my wife and hearing what sounded like sex noises, this was 5:55 a.m. in the morning. And within about 3 minutes after I first woke up, that's when I put that audio recorder in my wife's purse. So my audio recorder is recording the time frame between 6 and 6:30. Now, these cops are admitting they had my apartment under video surveillance. They're admitting there's a female in my home that's under video surveillance, and they wanted 6:30 taken off of her because Officer John Ray broke in there. And Officer John Ray is admitting. Now, it was between 6 and 6:14 a.m. when my wife and Officer Eric Carlson and Officer John Ray went from my daughter's bedroom into my wife's bedroom, and it sounded like they were carrying out a body out the damn window. And after they did this, that's when they started planting evidence in my apartment. And then Officer Eric Carlson and my wife went into the kitchen and they poisoned my coffee pot, and they planted poison somewhere in the apartment. And then my wife and Officer Eric Carlson sneaked past me and went right out the front door together. And that was 6:14 a.m. when they went out the front door. It took them, they hung out outside the apartment for about 5 minutes, basically comparing notes, going over everything that they just did. And then they all got in their vehicles and headed as a group to Clackamas Walmart, where they got together as a group again. And this time they're with Vicky Rosales, and they're filling Vicky Rosales in on everything they just did. Now keep this in mind, because for the next 3 hours, keep that in mind, because for the next 3 hours, these sting officers and my wife and her sister spent the next 3 hours recruiting Clackamas Walmart employees to lie for them. And they were bragging about how easy it is for them to use Officer Eric Carlson as a double to set me up for crimes. And that this was open knowledge at Clackamas Walmart. And they were recruiting Walmart employees to lie for them. And they were printing flyers using Walmart office printers to give me the blame for the fucking homicide to Officer Eric Carlson and Officer John Ray and their whores in the police department and their civilian whores, Joan Wagar. They're giving me the blame for their shit. And it was my wife, Joan Wagar, and this black female officer going by the name of Adrian that were using Clackamas Walmart printers to print the flyers, giving me the blame. So the very sting operatives that committed the break-in and the rape and the homicide and then began planting evidence, and then they poisoned my coffee pot, and then they planted poison, and then they left my apartment. These are the people that went straight to Clackamas Walmart. They bragged about it, and they're recruiting people there to lie for them. And it's these very sting operatives that are printing the flyers, giving me the blame. So the very people that printed the flyers, giving me the blame for this shit, are the very people that are guilty of the crimes. By 9:30 that morning, they had everybody in the soft lines department to agree to lie for them. The soft lines department at Walmart, at Clackamas Walmart, consists of the clothing department and the shoes department. That's almost half the store. That is almost half the store. Officer Eric Carlson and Joan Wagar, when they found out that the soft lines department agreed to lie for them, they began celebrating in the back of Clackamas Walmart, and they were planning their pre-wedding party. And they were sitting at a computer somewhere in the back of Clackamas Walmart looking up caterers and things like that because they were planning a pre-wedding party. And they decided to have celebration sex. And my wife had her purse in her locker at this time. And my audio recorder is still running in her purse. And based on where Officer Eric Carlson and my wife Joan Wagar were having their celebration sex, they were not very far at all from the lockers. As a matter of fact, they were very close to the lockers when they were having celebration sex. And during their celebration sex, they were discussing the female child they raped and murdered. During their celebration sex, at least 1 to 2 Walmart employees walked in on them. And these Walmart employees were apologizing to Officer Eric Carlson and to my wife for walking in on them. And they went into the break room for Officer Eric Carlson and Joan Wagar to finish their celebration sex. That's how disgusting the Portland Police Department and the Multnomah County Sheriffs and their whore-ass girlfriends are. They're a bunch of sick fucking pieces of shit. And they use sting tactics to frame people. And they're organized. And they operate as a team when they murder people or when they frame people. And they fucking celebrate framing people. They celebrate murdering people. They just got done murdering somebody. And here, after they find out they got the soft lines department to agree to lie for them, my wife and Officer Eric Carlson were having celebration sex in the back of Clackamas Walmart, and they didn't give a shit if anybody witnessed it there, and they were openly discussing the female child they raped and murdered. So not only is Joan Wagar a serial killer who poisons plasma donors, she's a fucking sting op for the Portland Police and the Multnomah County Sheriffs, and she helps and assists those pedophile cops and those pedophile sheriffs in framing and murdering people. And she don't give a damn if anybody knows it. And I have all of that on an audio recorder, of which I secured. And, oh gee, I wonder why the Portland Police Department and the Multnomah County Sheriff don't want to have a big official trial. I wonder the fuck why. I wonder the fuck why. Shit, I would kick the judge in the nuts just to draw attention to this fucking trial. I ain't going to give a shit about a cop's opinion, a county sheriff officer's opinion, a prosecutor's opinion. They're all a bunch of grinning, smirking, fucking ass serial killers and pedophiles. And this is sport to law enforcement, and they treat it that way. They don't even give a damn if anybody knows. Okay, this video's gone far longer than I intended it to. I'm going to end this vlog now. If you stayed throughout this entire video, I thank you for taking the time to listen. I am not their only victim. I am not the only person that they were poisoning. They're guilty of a series of crimes that never really ended. It was just like they committed one series of events, and then there would be another series of events right afterwards. And it was just a constant, them doing this, and then they'll do something different, and then they commit another crime, and then they do another crime, and then they do another crime. And it's just ongoing, and they do it with the intent of framing and setting up their targets. And this is what they were doing to me. Now, I basically have them admitting to a fucking homicide and have them bragging that literally bragging to all the details about it to people at Clackamas Walmart, and have them recruiting people there to lie for them. I guarantee you I won't be surrendering that to law enforcement. They can make all the threats they like. I don't give a shit. They've already tried to cover it up. They covered up all the copies that I had of it in my possession. I was able to secure one copy of it. I had multiple copies of that audio recording, and I made multiple copies of that audio recording with the intent of passing it out to people and trying to find help. And they poisoned me again. And once they poisoned me again, that they just took the original copies that I had in my possession and they just replaced it with basically audio death threats. So they're not necessarily hiding their guilt. They're actually flaunting their guilt with admissible death threats. Ever since I caught them on that audio recorder in the commission of a homicide, they started bragging on audio death threats. They don't care if I know. They don't care if I tell anybody. They don't give a shit if I can prove anything. They obviously have no intention of having a trial. There's too many people that know that my wife was having an affair with a cop. There's too many people that know that Officer Eric Carlson, the man my wife was sleeping with, is a look-alike of me. There's just too many people that know. So they had no intention of ever having a trial. They were committing crimes, they were committing homicides, and they were staging crimes with the intent of framing people for their crimes. In this situation, they were framing me for their crimes. I had the gall to stand up to these people, or at least attempt to stand up to these people, and because they had my wife and daughters recruited into it, it was very personal, and they wanted to destroy me utterly and totally. They could have easily just murdered me off, but they didn't want to do that. They wanted me to be the scapegoat that gets the blame for all their shit, and which is why they kept me debilitated, but they didn't kill me off. They're keeping me in a debilitated condition while they staged all these crimes. And the whole time they were setting me up to get the blame. Now, everybody at Eastport Walmart that worked in 2005 through 2006, and everybody at Clackamas Walmart that worked from 2006 to 2007 are fully aware that my wife was having an affair with a cop, and that he's a look-alike, and that they were using him as a double. This was open knowledge in both of those stores. Now, I basically have them on an audio recorder bragging about all this shit to Clackamas Walmart employees, and they're literally laughing about it, and they're cracking jokes and shit about it, and they don't even give a fuck if anybody knows that they're using doubles. They don't give a damn. They don't care if anybody knows or suspects anything about it. Law enforcement made it, quite literally recruited everybody in that store to lie for them, and they basically made it known to everybody there that all those Walmart employees either have to join into it or they risk being targeted by it. So that is in essence how they recruited the Walmart employees to lie for them. Now, the majority of the Walmart employees there I don't necessarily deem guilty of a crime due to the coercive nature that these sting operatives, these people in law enforcement, were using to recruit people there, because they quite literally made it known to people there that they better join into it or they risk being targeted by it. There was a lot of coercion. There was coercion going on. So a lot of the people that worked there simply agreed to lie for them, but were not necessarily taking part in any of the crimes that these officers were committing. That being said, there are some Clackamas Walmart employees that were actively helping these sting operatives to set me up for the crimes that these officers committed, and are therefore technically they are guilty of crimes. So some of the Walmart employees were actively taking part in helping these officers in setting me up. The majority of them I don't necessarily deem guilty, even though they all agreed to lie. By the end of that work day, they had the entire store. They recruited the afternoon shift. It took them 2 hours to get in the morning to get the soft lines department to agree to lie for them. By the afternoon, they had the entire morning shift in the entire store to lie for them. And so when the afternoon shift came in, it was like nothing for them to recruit the afternoon shift because they already had the entire morning shift on board. So as a par for course, the afternoon shift just auto agreed to lie for them because there were so many people involved that, imagine being in a work environment like that and you show up for work and you find out that, oh, gee, one of your coworkers is having an affair with a cop, and oh, gee, they're framing that coworker's husband as a pedo, and everybody's saying that person deserves it, and everybody in the morning shift already agreed to lie for them. Are you gonna lie for them too? That's what a lot of these employees walked into that afternoon, and they all knuckled under and agreed to lie. But I don't necessarily fault them for that due to the coercive nature that was going on and taking place in that store. It was quite literally a situation where the Clackamas Walmart employees needed to join into it, or they would risk being targeted by it. And I'm not forgiving them for agreeing to lie. After all, these cops are guilty of murder. They just raped and murdered a child. They were using a cop as a double to do it. They admitted they took photogenic photos of it during it. Jesus fucking Christ, man. They poisoned me after they committed this crime before they exited my apartment. They poisoned my coffee pot before they exited the apartment. So I'm not forgiving these people for these crimes. I'm just simply saying it like it is. I don't necessarily fault the majority of the Clackamas Walmart employees, even though they agreed to lie for these murderers due to the coercive nature that was taking place that is on that audio recorder, of which I can testify to since I'm a witness. And since I'm the one that put the audio recorder in my wife's purse, and I'm the one that took the audio recorder out of my wife's purse, I can testify to its origins. There are some Walmart employees that were actively taking part, but the majority of them just simply went along with it because they were put in a position where they're making it known, well, the morning shift is already agreed, so you have to agree, kind of a thing. So there's a lot of employees that just, as a matter of par for the course kind of a thing, they just felt like they had no choice but to agree. So they pretty much, by the end of the day, they had that entire store to lie for them. Now, these sting operatives and their whore-ass girlfriends are a bunch of sick fucking bunch of serial killers and pedophiles. And they treat targeting people like it's a sport. They don't give a damn if their target knows or suspects because they already have their target surrounded, and because of the police influence with other emergency services, their targets have no way to get help. So they enjoy tormenting their targets. They enjoy terrorizing their targets, and they enjoy taking their time in framing their targets because they don't like to just frame their target with one thing. They try, when a police sting operation targets somebody, they usually try to set that person up over a long period of time for a series of crimes. And this is what my wife and her fuck buddies in law enforcement, this is what they were doing. And they were taking their time at it. When they realized I was trying to warn people about this, that's when they told my wife to poison me, and the police department, with no effort at all, just covered it up at the hospital. The police department has full influence on doctors at emergency hospitals. Doctors don't defer to patients. If cops have it out for that patient, the doctors defer to the cops that are in the hallways outside the ER rooms. And in my situation, that's what was occurring, and that's how easy it was for the police department to cover up the fact that my wife was poisoning me. My doctor was more interested in listening to the cops than they were in listening to their patient. And because of that, because of the police department's influence, I had no way to get help at a hospital. And since multiple people were involved in this sting, and their intention was to set me up for a series of crimes. Now, like I said, I don't know what other crimes they may have set me up for. I'm sure there's quite a few. If they set me up for one thing, then they probably set me up for a couple dozen things. They were taking their time at it, and they had my wife and her daughters on board with it. They were a part of that sting, and they were trying to hide their motive, and they were trying to hide the fact that it's a sting the entire time. At no time is it an official sting, because law enforcement won't admit to it. They'll just smirk at you and pretend you're mentally ill. And they'll smirk at you while they do that. That's their way of making it known. They're not going to admit to anything. And it's their way of also pissing off their target. They don't care. They're corrupt. This is sport to the Portland Police and County Sheriffs. It was sport to my wife and her daughters when they joined into it to set me up for these crimes. The entire time they treated it like it was a sport. Any real attempt to hide it is half-assed, because they just don't give a shit if I or anybody else knows. They don't really care. And they had everybody in 2005 at Eastport Walmart on board with this. So that should give you an indication that everybody at Clackamas Walmart, which is only a mile away from Eastport Walmart, that should give you an indication of how open knowledge it was at Clackamas Walmart in 2007. Because everybody at Eastport Walmart knew in 2005 my wife was having an affair with a cop, and that he was acting as a double, and that my wife was hooking her daughters up with this double and his partners. That was open knowledge in 2005, April 2005. So in March 2007, it's open knowledge at Clackamas Walmart. My wife transferred to Clackamas Walmart, and my wife's sister, Vicky Rosales, also worked at Clackamas Walmart, and my wife's two daughters, Shauna Wagar and Megan Wagar, also worked at Clackamas Walmart. My wife and my wife's sister, Vicky Rosales, both worked the soft lines department. So that should give you an indication of why it wasn't that difficult for them to recruit the soft lines department to lie for them. I would like to point out the fact that my wife is an open poisoner. She admits she's a poisoner. And her daughters at the time worked at Clackamas Walmart. They both served foods at the concessions inside Clackamas Walmart to customers. Just thought you should know that. Megan Wagar worked for the Subway that is inside Clackamas Walmart, and Shauna Wagar worked at their hot dog concession stand that they had in place, of which they got rid of in favor of putting a Subway there. So both Shauna Wagar and Megan Wagar were serving foods to customers, while Joan Wagar brags and flaunts the fact she's a poisoner. And everybody at Clackamas Walmart knows this. And are trying to hide it. And they're trying to cover it up. Okay. This video's gone on way longer than I intended to, so I'm going to end it now. And if you've listened up to this point, I thank you for listening. I'm not their only victim, and I'm doing the right thing and reporting these terrible, horrible crimes that these people have committed. And me and others that are victims of these people are in severe need of help. I have no way to get help by calling 911. Anybody else that's a target of it that also is in the same situation and has no way to get help by calling 911. I am currently in danger for reporting these crimes, and I am still, to this day, in 2015, I am still severely debilitated from being poisoned, and I'm lucky I'm able to even verbally explain this to you people. And I'm sorry this has taken a long time. This video has gone on for a very long time. I'm going to end it right now.